Thank you, I appreciate that.
Good to go.
Okay, and we're unmuted?
You're good to go. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of Committee Adjustment of City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considered application for variances from the provincial of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to survey property to create new lots. My name is Yim Chen. I will be chairing the meeting today, and I'd like to also introduce my panel, Mr. Doug Wilkins, Mr. Sahib Bayat, and Dylan Reed and Peter Reed on my left. So I'd like to also acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasazi, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of the Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and also virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing might watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When the item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you will mute your devices until you're called to speak. And those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being called. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are also allowed to are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. How to receive a decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Now I will introduce the hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is not contested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation and other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee might not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call the people in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. So we have done all the administrative
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we have.
Yeah.
However, there are 2 requests for deferral this afternoon. Item number 20, 38 Hugo Avenue, and item number 28, 1350 Davenport Road. We can probably deal with both of the requests for deferral at this time.
Oh, I forgot, just before that, I will ask whether there were any conflict of interest for the afternoon sessions. No from the staff, no from the panel. Okay,
Right.
let's do
So
the
item number
deferrals.
20 then, 38 Hugo Avenue, we'll deal with the first deferral request.
Yes, do we have the agent, or we just have to,
So we have the agent online,
yes.
and then we have 3 registered speakers, but the agent is requesting the deferral.
Okay, yeah. It's number 20, 38 Hugo Avenue, yeah.
Hi there. Hi, everybody.
Yes.
So-
Can you tell
Hi.
us why you want to have a deferral, please?
Oh, sorry, I'm hearing some beeping. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We are respectfully requesting a deferral because we would like to work with both planning and our neighbors to address the concerns that both have raised. Some of them have to actually do with the existing condition that we're working with, so it's a bit tricky because it's not, some of the issues are sort of overlapping between existing condition and variance requests. And we just would like more time to, I guess, brainstorm with the form of the proposal to try to address those concerns.
You also will consult, have a whole more discussion with your neighbors, right?
Yes, we'd like to have. We've had a bit of trouble getting in touch with everybody. Yeah, so we'd like to just have a more informal, like we'd like to chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good enough. Okay, so, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the owners of 227 Franklin Avenue and 231 Franklin Avenue. Yes, 231, sorry. Okay, so let's deal with 227 Franklin Avenue. Just come up to the microphone. You can come up to the microphone. Just introduce yourself, first and last name and address.
My name is Margarita Moniz, and I'm at 227 Franklin Avenue.
Okay, so the applicant is requesting a deferral in order to have further conversations with the residents. Are you in favor of the deferral, yes or no?
I'm not sure if I'm going to have time, sorry. No, I haven't.
Okay, so you're not in favor of the
Are you?
deferral?
No.
No? Okay. So next person up, 231 Franklin Avenue? No, you come up right to the microphone.
Yes.
First and last name and address.
My name is George B. Harris, 231 Franklin Avenue.
Are you in support of
We're
the
not
deferral?
in support of having this built.
No. Are you in support of having a deferral right now? So the agent is requesting to put the application on hold to have further conversations with the residents. Are you in favor of that? Yes or no?
As long as they don't get a permit to build, I'm in favor of it.
So yes or
don't-
no? Yes, you're in favor of the deferral. Okay. So now we're going to unmute the resident at 229 Franklin Avenue. You can have a seat back over there. Thank you. Margaret? Margaret, you've been unmuted. Can you try saying something? Okay, we're going to call her in. Just Margaret, yes, and then we can go back to the agent. Hi, Margaret, can we try again? Hi, Margaret.
Hi there. Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, there's just been a bit of feedback. If you can state your first and last name and the address, and then just tell us if you are in favor of the deferral.
Okay. Margaret Doler,
229 Franklin Avenue.
Okay, and are you in favor of the deferral or not?
Sorry, is the deferral for the hearing?
The applicant is requesting to defer the application to have further conversations with the residents.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine if the applicant wants to defer the application.
Okay, thank you. So we will go back to the agent?
So, yeah. So let's have.
Can I-
Yeah. So it seems that only one person is opposed the deferral. Can you give us your comment then? Is Samantha?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were speaking to me.
Oh,
Um,
sorry.
Okay, great. Yes. Okay. Margarita, I hope, I mean, we're right next door. I hope we could find some time to talk further. I'd also be totally happy to provide materials to your mailbox further to help discuss. We want to work with everyone to make it an improvement to the current condition because we understand everyone's concerns about increasing shade in everyone's backyards and encroaching on the sight line to the sky. We really appreciate. We don't want to make that worse for everyone. And the existing garage is pushing into that. And I understand that when it was first built, there was also some frustration on the street about it. So we're looking at this as an opportunity to overall improve the situation, not make it worse. So we want to work with everyone to make it better. So yeah, but to do that, we have to be able to talk to each other. So This is a chance for that. If people aren't up for it, we will, I don't know, we can't force anyone to have a conversation.
Sure. But it seems the majority agree to the deferral. So I'm moving this into the committee for decision for deferral. Okay. Oh, Mr. Barrett, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is quite an appropriate opportunity for a deferral. So I'd like to move for motion to defer.
Yeah. Mr. Wilkins, yes. Second. All in favor of deferral? Yeah, the reason is to consult with the neighbors and also work with community planning. Yeah. Defer, unanimously defer, yeah. Okay, the next deferral. Item number 28. Is 1080 Greenwood Avenue. You may have the agent.
No, it's the wrong address.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that was 27. Oh, 28 is 1350 Davenport Rd.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. The application has been deferred in order for the, yes, okay. So you can leave now.
All done?
Yes, it will be another day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No, not you, sorry. Hi, Christopher.
I thought that was excellent work.
Okay, no, 1350 Davenport Road. You're requesting a deferral. Can you explain why?
Yes, the building is an existing 4-story building with 3 apartment units in it. And the owner, who has lived there himself and also had his mother and living in another apartment, has vacated 2 of the 3 apartments and wants to reinvest in the building because it needs a new mechanical system. It was built, I think, in the 50s or 60s, so it needs improvements for windows, insulation, everything else. And they approached us as architects to help them understand how they could turn this from 3 3-bedroom units into 7 1-bedroom units. And we've made that proposal to the city. We've had very good feedback from planning, support generally everywhere. And just at the last minute, a couple of weeks ago, it was brought to our attention that in this process, we would need to go through housing if any of the units were still occupied. And there is a unit on the 3rd floor that has a delinquent tenant who has already gone to tribunal for not paying their rent. They've been there for a couple of years and they are consistently late. They have been issued, the tribunal came back to kick them out, and in the 11th hour, the sheriff, before he came, they produced payment, and this was several months ago, and since then they've been delinquent monthly, and they're behind this month. So they have been, in the last couple of weeks, they have been issued a 9-8 form to vacate. I think they have 60 days to vacate, and it will apparently simplify matters when I come back in front of this committee if it's an empty building. Everything is existing non-conforming in terms of the minor variances, except for the request to go from to the 3 units to the 7 units. I think it will be an interesting proposal for you to hear on a planning level, and we just need to take out of the mix the question of housing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, can I call up Daniel? Yeah, because you are registered to speak.
At this point, we just would like you to address the deferral request first. Yeah, we only want to deal with the deferral request. Yeah.
Yes, I'm in favor of deferral, only because I want to know a little bit more. Because 3 into 7, I want to, and I own the property next door, 1348.
1348.
So yeah, we share a property line. It almost overlaps because I have a porch that actually overlaps the property line, which has been there since, I moved there when I was 2. So, I mean, figure that out because it's been in my family for 53 years. Yeah. But yeah, that's my concern. So I don't mind deferral because if more consultation, I'm in favor of it.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sure. Damio, D-A-M-I-A-O, Bizarria, Bizarria. Yeah, anything else?
Yeah, thank you, yes.
Thank you.
So anyone wants to speak? Yeah, that's it. Now we are in committee.
No, I wanted to ask a question of the applicant.
Oh, you have a question. We have a question for you, Mr.
I just want to know, are you aware of the transportation note that they won't be allowing the boulevard parking that you're requesting?
No, that's a surprise to me because I'd actually heard from the planners that transportation was supportive of this application.
Okay.
So that is a surprise.
Okay, yeah, so that could be something else you can work on during the deferral.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now, no more questions. We're in committee dealing with the deferral. Mr. Bayer.
Thank you, Chair. I move to have this application referred.
Yeah, the reason is to also consult the neighbors, work with for transportation, and also sort out their tenants' problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone second? Yeah, Mr. Wee second. All in favor for deferral? Yeah, all in favor unanimously. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay.
So I'll be hearing from the committee later on, right? Okay, great.
Yeah, make sure they come talk to you.
I want to discuss it, yeah, definitely. Okay. Thank you for your time, thank you.
Okay, now we going back to 19, right? Okay, let me get 19 first. Okay. 19 is 223 ROBINA Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 1.5-story dwelling by constructing a second and a third-story addition, an integral garage, and a front cover porch, and a rear wood deck, and a rear second-story addition. They are seeking 5 variances. On this file, we receive minute of the last January 31st public meeting, and a copy of survey site plan, floor plans, and elevation. That's all we received.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Raman Sandhu.
Hi.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, we're ready. Do we need a presentation? Yeah. So it seems that we have any question to this speaker? Yes, we have question for you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just quick one, a couple of questions. One is variance number 3, and that's the front yard landscaping. Is that variance as a result of your intent to have a driveway with an integral garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in that case, I noticed on the site plan that there's no indication of the type of material you're going to use on that surface. So I'd like to put a condition in that the driveway be produced out of using permeable materials.
Actually, through Mr. Chair, the existing driveway is already built because we had a building permit for a new house, and that allowed, that has already been in the committee and that was approved, and that committee did not have any such requirement. So we went ahead and we built the driveway already. So if you refer to I have mentioned in my submission A0575/20 TEY. The committee had the driveway without any condition.
I'm sorry, your site plan that we're looking at doesn't indicate that at all. It talks about a proposed driveway. It's not a completed driveway or existing driveway.
No, so essentially for this application, there was an application to do a new house on this lot in 2020, which went to the committee, got approved. This application is just to change that per building permit from new house to an addition. So we are building on the exact same footprint. It has the exact same envelope, the driveway, the porch, the below grade entrance, everything remains the same. We are just changing that building permit to the from new house to addition. Because of that, and the time has elapsed in between, it had led to variances, which we have to take care of again, even though we went to the committee in 2020. So that is what the scope of this application is. And I mean, I can go ahead and build the house with the new house permit without, because the committee is already approved. But I'm here requesting for an addition with these variances. Envelope, footprint, everything remains the same. And the driveway is already built. We would request the committee if the approval could be done without the condition.
So,
Thank
yeah, okay, yeah, but sort of, they make a revision on the building permit, I guess. Oh, okay, any other questions, please? Any questions? No. So we're ready to move this into the committee discussion. Do you have anything else you want to address the committee now?
No, I'm good.
No, you're good. Okay, so we are in committee now.
I was just wondering also, it's the proposal, the plans that we're looking at, so the balconies at the rear that are not screened. So presumably that part of it, one can put a condition on for privacy screening, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you want to do that, or?
I think it would be appropriate because that's what's being asked for. There's a second floor balcony that requires privacy screening on both. I believe it's north and south side, and then there's a first floor raised deck that requires screening, I believe, on the north side only.
Okay.
So that would be 2 items that I'd put in, or 1 item, privacy screening.
Oh, privacy screening, okay. Any other comments, or there's a motion? So what do you think about the privacy screen? You think that we should, so it's on the north side of the ground floor, and then north and south edges of the second floor.
On the second floor.
Rear balconies, okay, that's a condition. So do we have a motion? Ms. Bayer, have a motion with the condition of the privacy screen. There aren't any other conditions?
No other conditions.
Yeah. And once, Peter Reed second. All in favor with conditions? Approved unanimously. Okay. So 20 is deferred, and then now we are 21, 55 St. Clair Avenue West. And for the purpose for this application is to alter the existing 9-story commercial building by converting 3 suites, 101, 112, and 113 on the ground floor into childcare facility with classrooms and outdoor play areas. So they are asking for 1 variance, which is the change of the use is a childcare facility is not permitted. Okay. We receive also from on this item copy of survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, 3 photographs, and a cover letter from the agent. We have support from 61 St. Clair West, and we also have opposition. There were 4 oppositions on this item. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, and we have a number of registered speakers.
Okay.
So we will unmute Joel Gerber.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, Joel, can I just confirm, Brittany, will she be speaking or just yourself?
Just myself, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you do have some opposition. I think you better give us a presentation. Yeah, 5
Yes, of
minutes.
course.
Yes.
Initially, we had thought that it was a fairly straightforward proposal, and I was going to keep the speech quite short. But given some of the neighborhood outreach, I thought I could address it with a little bit more granular detail. In the CR zone, childcare facilities is a permitted use. Simply because this development is fairly recent, it was zoned without childcare, so anything that wasn't in the original proposal was, technically not permitted on this property. So the positive news was that childcare is permitted and in many cases supported in the neighborhood, being so close to transit in Yonge and St. Clair. So that was the administration behind the change of use and the committee that we're in. There was some concerns about easements. So to the west of the property, there is a driveway easement with the condo adjacent. There's also to the southeast, there's a raised section above the entrance to parking structure. So in this drawing, it's the bottom left-hand corner of the property. That remains unused as part of what they have labeled an outdoor event space, which is accessible off the sidewalk of St. Clair, as well as the rear driveway. So with regards to the easements, there was not really any contravention, except for along the south border, facing those two condos that you see on the left-hand side of the site plan, where we had kind of designated outdoor play area. Some of that play area is within an easement, which was meant to preserve a landscape buffer between the office tower and the residential condos. So given that that wasn't a variance as part of the committee, I wanted to address it at least for everyone's knowledge. But, during the building permit process, we would obviously work to keep our, childcare area specific to the property and outside of the easements. But given the change of use, that's kind of what we want to discuss. I want to make aware that all risk of traffic congestion is quite limited. There is dedicated spaces for drop-off in the underground parking of the office tower. And I also want to just emphasize that there was some concerns of local residents that, this was a school and not childcare, and that the population may grow out of control. But I just want to, ensure that the Montessori program is really limited up until age 5. Predominantly, families move into a school system. There is an option in this facility that we're proposing to have one school age group, but predominantly it's under 4 and 5 years old students. And that's all I had to say as an introduction, and I'm happy to hear some of the comments and do my best to address them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, any question now? Or we hold our question. We listen to the other speakers first. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair. At this time, we will unmute Mr. and Ms. Langer. Felix?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Felix Witten, and I live at Granite Place, 61 St. Clair Avenue West, just next door to the proposed application. And I live here with my wife, Marielle, and our newborn daughter, who was born a week ago today. So please forgive any signs of sleep deprivation or scattered thoughts in my remarks today. So I wanted to be here today just to represent the needs and concerns of young families like ours as you deliberate this proposal. We're in support as new parents ourselves. However, we have some reservations or some questions which we would love to get answered if possible today, particularly about the affordability of the childcare spaces on offer. So first, as I'm sure you know, we're in a sort of childcare crisis in Toronto. The supply just cannot keep up with the demand. And as prospective parents ourselves, we took the proactive step of calling around, adding our daughter to wait lists before she was born. And we heard over and over again that we'd be unlikely to secure a spot before she reaches 18 months of age, given the high demand and limited availability, in particular in this neighborhood. So this obviously puts immense pressure on us as working parents, between the responsibilities of raising our family and trying to sustain a full-time job. And our experience isn't isolated. There are countless other families in the city grappling with the same issues. The demand for childcare just surpasses existing supply, leaving parents like us feeling overwhelmed and underserved. As regards the neighborhood, Yonge and St. Clair faces a shortage of childcare options at the moment. There are some facilities within walking distance, but they're already at full capacity. And this is despite, the neighborhood witnessing rapid growth, new developments, young families and children moving to the neighborhood. So, I think it's incumbent on us as a city to support and ensure that, our community provides amenities for all residents, irrespective of their age, background, economic status. And that includes providing new childcare spaces to accommodate the needs of a growing population, while of course ensuring that the interests of current residents are protected and safeguarded. And as the agent mentioned, Yonge and St. Clair is a great location for childcare. It's on the subway, 5 minutes walk away. The streetcar stops right outside the door. It's next to numerous condo buildings and office spaces, all of which kind of underscore the potential benefit it could offer to a wide demographic of residents and workers in the neighborhood. Our only concern really is about the affordability of the proposed spaces. We understand it's a private Montessori daycare, that they charge quite steep fees in other cities. And so we're really hoping that if it is approved and when it's established, that the facility will offer subsidized spaces for parents like us who can't afford to pay $30,000 or $40,000 a year. I'm confident that will be the case. More than 90% of existing childcare providers already have signed on to the federal subsidy. But it would be great to get clarity today, if possible, about that. I tried to reach out to Hopscotch to clarify that, but didn't hear back before the meeting. Despite that, I strongly believe that any addition to the childcare infrastructure in Toronto will help reduce the strain on the system overall, even if it's not accessible to everyone. I don't think we should dismiss the creation of 140 new childcare spaces solely on this basis. So that's all I had to say. Just to wrap up, I urge you committee members to remember the faces behind the statistics. There are families like us relying on your decision to ensure that their children can find spaces for childcare. And with the demand for childcare at an all-time high, I think it's really incumbent on us to act. So please approve the application before you today. Thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? No. Yeah. We're ready for the next one.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will unmute the resident that lives at 61 St. Clair Avenue West, Unit 1204. McGuire?
see. One, two.
You've been unmuted.
Who is unmuted?
What is your name?
Terrell McGuire.
Yes, okay.
Oh, okay, I'm up. Sorry.
Yes.
I would like to say
5 minutes.
that in principle, I totally support the concept of new childcare spaces. I agree with Felix Whitten that the need is very obvious in the city of Toronto, and the province has not been as proactive as some other provinces in providing and assisting for the provision of subsidized daycare spaces. And it seems that the location of Yonge and St. Clair, with transit so close by, makes it an ideal place for a daycare or a childcare facility. So that's my opinion in principle. What I am concerned with is the issue of impact on residents of 61 St. Clair. I know that there are neighbors of mine who are very worried about the sound and maybe other issues that are going to be affecting them if the childcare facility is approved. And I think if it is to be approved in this case, that it's going to be crucial for the owner to be extremely forthcoming, candid about everything that they are planned to do, that the channels of communication are wide open, and that they are very open to both listening to concerns, not only listening, but addressing them, and that they have a collaborative approach. So I approve or I support the application, but with reservations, because I'm very aware that there is considerable opposition. I live on the facing north, so facing the proposed facility, and I personally have lived in other locations where there were schools very close by, where there were a lot more children making a lot of noise. And for me, that's not really a concern. For some people, it very much is, and I acknowledge that. But there's also the issue in a condo building like ours of pretty consistent construction noise, where there is building repairs and renovations in individual condos. So there's going to be noise a lot of the time in any event. So the sound issue is not one that I personally object to, although I know that I am maybe not in the majority in that opinion. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will unmute Evan Holt.
Hi there. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Evan Holt. I'm a lawyer with Shibley Wrighton LLP. We are the lawyers that represent Metropolitan Toronto Condominium Corporation 543 and York Condominium Corporation 472. Those corporations are located at 61 and 63 St. Clair Avenue West. Certain owners have expressed in their written submissions, and I'm sure you'll hear more later this afternoon, regarding the appropriateness of the proposed childcare facility within the application lands, including concerns regarding general safety, privacy, traffic and parking, and the loss of the ability to enjoy both indoor and outdoor private spaces. In addition to these matters, and as you've heard from the applicant, the corporations benefit from certain easements over the application lands, and those easements are the focus of my comments this afternoon. In particular, amongst other easements, an easement is registered as instrument number A898482 in the Toronto Land Registry Office. and that provides the corporation with an easement over parts 1 and 2 on registered plan 66R 12146. I appreciate those references to parts on a plan, probably not valuable to you, but on the proposed site plan, part 1 is approximately the outdoor play space number 1, and part 2 is approximately the elevated event space illustrated on that proposed site plan. The purpose of the corporation's easement is for constructing, using, maintaining, and repairing a landscaped screening area. Typically, that landscape screening area would include a combination of trees, grasses, shrubs, and other hardscape features meant to create a visual barrier between the properties. In addition, and importantly, the easement specifically provides that the corporation can use that area, approximately illustrated as the elevated event space, on the proposed site plan submitted by the applicant for non-commercial uses. The easement further goes on to provide that the corporations, and not the owner of the application lands, has the obligation to maintain, repair, construct, and replace the landscape screening area. And notwithstanding the shared use of these easement lands, the corporations maintain the sole right of design, construction, alteration, and replacement of the improvements upon the easement lands. While the applicant notes that there's currently no plans to make changes to the built form within these easement areas, with all due respect, that is not a decision that remains in the applicant's sole discretion. Further, the construction of a landscape screening area by the corporation would significantly reduce the availability of the proposed outdoor play spaces, given the number of possible daycare spaces and the possible size and operating hours of the institution to be inserted into that space. This reduction of the outdoor play space could possibly reduce those outdoor play spaces to a level below the requirements for outdoor play areas provided in Section 24 of Ontario Regulation 13715 to the Child Care and Early Years Act, which is approximately 5.6 meters squared per child. Accordingly, in the corporation's view, this application is premature and incomplete as it does not provide for properly available outdoor play spaces for children and does not properly consider the corporation's easements entitlements. As a result of these concerns and the concerns of those living in the community that you've heard from today or will hear from today, the corporations respectfully submit that the consideration of this variance be deferred until any necessary consent to amend the corporation's easements over the application lands has been obtained, which of course that consent would have to be obtained through you, the committee, or alternatively, that the approval of the variance be conditional on the applicant obtaining any necessary consent to amend the easements over the application lands that benefit the corporation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Any question to this speaker? No. Okay, we don't have questions.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we will unmute Beverly Ritzy. Hi, Beverly. Okay, Beverly, we're going to try calling you. We're going to unmute George Erdos. Hi, George.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I talk now?
Yep.
Yes.
Just introduce
Yes.
yourself.
Well,
Yes.
we are, my wife and myself,
Your
we are
name
resident
and
of
address.
61 St. Clair Avenue West since 2018. We are against these proposed changes for the following reasons. Number one, Adjustments emphasizing or objecting as follows. According to the bylaw in question, a child care facility with classroom and outdoor play areas is not permitted use on the above property. The variance is not minor, definitely major, because it contravenes the intent of the bylaw and will very badly affect our life in the building. We live one floor above the ground level, and the outdoor play areas will be like in our backyard. Being elderly people, we are mostly homebound. Children are full of energy, causing a lot of noise. Maybe as many as 45 from the 3 classroom. Consequently, preventing us from using our balcony or even open the doors, our quality of life will suffer considerably. Also, the traffic already congested on St. Clair Avenue West will get worse, having parents bringing in the children in the morning and picking up late in night, afternoon, 5 days a week. Please let us know if this would be, this would basically prevent us from enjoying our life the way we are expecting. Also, it's interesting to know that in 2018, when we moved in, the building had to go some renovation and some changes because of the age of the building. We were putting up on this noise since 2018 with the knowledge that eventually these changes on this renovation will come to an end. But having a childcare facility with especially the outdoor play areas, 5 days a week, week after week, with eventually a lot of noises that we understand. Children are boisterous and they are full of energy, but this does not exclude the fact that it's going to cause us problems of using our balcony and using the outdoor spaces. So I would hope that the committee will take action to prevent this to happen. If they want to make a child care area with no outdoor play areas, it's not going to affect us. I don't know whether this is possible or not. I think it maybe doesn't. But this is what we are looking at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we don't.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're going to try Beverly again. Okay, hi Beverly, you've been unmuted. Try saying something. Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we're going to move on to Pauline Gust. Hi, Pauline.
Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Pauline Gust, 61 St. Clair Avenue West. There are still many unanswered questions and many variables relating to this school and the variance change. There will be many hours of disruption with multiple pickup and drop-off times scattered throughout the day. And worse, the playground noise from exuberant children and staff. A playground which is 25 to 30 feet from our home. This alone encroaches on the enjoyment of our home and the usage of our balconies. There is also the safety aspect on St. Clair with a bottleneck of excess traffic and sidewalk congestion. It should be noted there are many seniors who use walkers in this area. I have not been successful in determining if the city has carried out a traffic study, nor if Slate or the school has commissioned one. A traffic study would be relevant with an additional 100 plus vehicles on a major one-lane road. This is also being called a minor variance. My view is a playground of this size is hardly minor. The hearing notice section 11A bracket 1 bracket C, bylaw 20623 states a child care facility is not a permitted use. I'm in questioning why this bylaw was changed to accommodate an elite school. Was this changed 2 years ago when work inside and out was being done at that time to accommodate the school by slate? In regards to pickups, it has been said today that the underground parking of the building will be used. This is a real safety issue resulting in a steady stream of vehicles that will be jockeying with pedestrians to cross over to travel east on St. Clair. I am concerned that parents will catch on to our driveway and use that as an easier access point. This is a huge safety concern for the residents as we cross this drive to access our garden and onto St. Clair. It'd be interesting to know whether the school has already started registration, and if so, how many have they received thus far? What is the planned event area? Why is an outdoor event area required? What will it be used for, and will these events run into after school hours or even weekends? Has anyone from the city planning department done an on-site look-see of the playground to see the actual proximity to our home? Will the community have access to the playground after hours? If so, this is a further noise disruption affecting our quality of life. What kind of lighting and fencing will be used in the playground? Will lights be left on overnight, streaming into our bedrooms? I have heard that not all the surrounding condos and businesses were informed of this hearing, and perhaps also the Deer Park Association. Since no thorough study has been done, I ask that this school request be declined, as it will negatively impact our senior residents, businesses, and our community in general. I would also like to say that even though you may not have gotten much opposing feedback from the residents, that you do not take their silence as their approval. The majority living here are elderly, and they may not have the skills or means to oppose what I would say is an encroachment on our lives. I would like to also address what is being said about the post-transit system. The children that will be attending this school, I do not believe will be using transit. It will be parents dropping off their children. And if you let this school pass, this will now be 5 schools in our radius. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No, we don't. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, we'll unmute Kathy McDonald.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McDonald, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Kathy McDonald. I'm the president of the Deer Park Residents Group, and I live at 57 Duggan Avenue, but I certainly know this property and site. First, I would sort of agree that more daycare is needed in this area, but the site selection is really important. We were involved in a proposal on Heath Street where the concerns about the drop-off and pickup of the students at the daycare was a critical issue given the amount of traffic on Heath Street, and that it just absolutely wouldn't work. And so a concern here is the same thing. If there's parking on site for the drop-off, that's good, but people will just try and drop the children off. If they try and drop the children off on St. Clair, it really just increases the problems on on the street. There are not very many parking spaces and they're already used. I also sort of note the easement issues, and I mean, certainly the impacts on the abutting residents with the sort of noise that would inevitably happen with a daycare function outside. The Heath Street application didn't have that issue. These are our concerns, and I think there are sort of better sites that won't affect adjacent residents and will allow for a huge amount of traffic that pick up and drop off creates. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay, no question.
At this time, I'll call up Brenda French.
Thank you.
Well, yes, we're ready for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. As a long-term resident at Granite Place, I'm very concerned about the impact that this is going to have on our community. We're a large condo. We have over 450 residents, and we tend to skew older. So we have the majority of our residents who are home all day, work from home, or will be retiring shortly. The location of these buildings were almost kind of like in a horseshoe shape. And so we have very little distance between the various areas. I tried to provide some pictures so you could start to visualize it. So we are literally 30 feet from an outdoor play area for about 140 different students. I appreciate that there is an acute need in the city for childcare, and I've done a lot of soul searching about how to approach this issue, because I'm a mother and a grandmother and I understand how difficult it is. But this does not fall into the affordable daycare that a lot of people were talking about. Montessori has a wonderful reputation, but this won't be serving the majority of children in our community. It'll be a very select group that it can attract. The other piece is that we are a vertical community, so we're up and down as opposed to spread out at lower levels. So the sound issue is going to be affecting all sorts of residents. And also because of the way we're located, the acoustics in our particular area, things bounce off the walls. So there are days that I can hear residents 10 stories above me having conversations with their brother or sister. So the noise does travel. Also, prior to addressing this issue, I made some phone calls to urban planners and people who knew more about this issue. And one of the things that came out is they all said that if you're going to plan for childcare, number one thing you have to do is pick the right location, because you have to plan for noise. It is the single greatest cause of consternation within communities. We just believe that this is the wrong location. There's no way that we can escape the noise. Children have the right to play and be boisterous. It's wonderful, but it needs to be in the right area. We have no way of escaping the noise, so the children are going to be there roughly 8 to 6 o'clock, depending upon the pickup times, and it will be operating, we're assuming, 12 months of the year, because in other locations where they operate, they also do summer camps, and I think that would be something that they would probably want to continue here in Toronto. In other locations, they also go up to higher grades. And I think that's their business model and tends to make sense. So I'm anticipating that 140 students will probably grow over time. We don't have enough information, but I think that is a reasonable expectation going forward. And for all of those reasons and others that you have heard, I don't see this as a minor variation. I see it having a very large impact on a well-established community that's quite large. Again, we are going to be subject to this noise all day long. Any questions that I can answer? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Through you, Madam Chair. One more speaker, Walter Brian Carter. You can come up to the stand.
Thank you. I'm Brian Carter. I live in 63 St. Clair West. I have the advantage of being up on the top floor on the north side of the building, which gives me an unobstructed view of St. Clair and the intersection with Deer Park Crescent. So my major point, and I agree with everything that we've been presented so far, is traffic and the potential roadblocks that are going to occur. And I've witnessed this looking out my window, cars coming east on St. Clair. They go through the Deer Park intersection and then they all stop and the intersection's blocked. And I've been blocked personally trying to get out of our driveway onto St. Clair. On the south side of, or on the curb side of St. Clair going eastward, there's no stopping from 7 to 9 in the morning. There's no parking from 9 to 4. There's no stopping from 4 to 6. And there's no parking from 6 to 9. So roughly from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night, it's one lane. And traffic's bad enough there now in rush hour. Plus, as you may know, we have the buses because the streetcar lines are down. To this, you then add 140 cars, I'm guessing, obviously, but a lot of these students will be single in a car. And yes, at 55, there is some pretty good underground turnaround area for the vehicles, but let's say it holds 50. Well, where are the other 80 or 90? They're waiting to get in there. Well, where are they going to wait? They got to wait on St. Clair. Well, they can't wait on the curb lane. So where's the traffic going to go? It's really quite incredible. The other thing I'm concerned, and I should also say I'm on the board of directors of 63 St. Clair. We have many elderly residents in Granite Place, and many of them are in wheelchairs and walkers. So they often need assistance via vehicles coming in to take them somewhere. And so we often see ambulances coming in, other vehicles to pick up people in wheelchairs. So what's going to happen to their schedule with rush hour traffic and the entrance to Granite Place being blocked? So that, and of course the noise level, which Brenda spoke about, is going to be horrific between the north side of 61 St. Clair and 55, because they're 30 feet apart, roughly 40 feet apart maybe. So that's my major point. It's against the location of the daycare, not against daycare. I want to make that clear. So thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No questions. Yeah. Now,
I might also add that we were only given about 3 weeks to prepare any defense of this application.
Thank you. So they are all the speakers now, right? Let's go back to the agent. Yeah. let's bring back, I forgot the agent's name. Mr. Gerber. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, just a muting issue there. No, I appreciate the time of everyone that had taken to provide their comments and opinions. Just, you know, from experience, I'll try to focus on the variances proposed and then, you know, try to quickly address some of the other issues. You know, with regards to noise, luckily we have very good noise bylaws in the city, and so whether it's childcare or construction, obviously the building is obligated to conform to those requirements. With regards to the easements from Mr. Holt, we anticipate in the fullness of the building permit that the licensing associated with the daycares, it's not going to be 100 kids using the outdoor space at the same time. It's a structured program with different uses and cycles. So we're very confident that the outdoor play area would obviously be required to meet the Ministry of Education requirements, not just for Montessori, but for the province. So that was kind of to address the outdoor play area. The specific elevated event space is actually not in our scope of work. That's an existing condition that's, you know, currently underutilized and will probably be underutilized in the foreseeable future. It's just the physical hardscaping above the parking entrance. So just to be clear, there will not be any events that I'm aware of happening in that outdoor event space. I think it was a name that never went away. With regards to the traffic, there's a limited number of reserve spots for parents dropping off, and I just want to make clear that this has been a over a year and a half process with our clients and the building owners, trying to find the right space. The access to current transit and future transit is so highly desirable, and I think it's quite clear from our wide cross section of demographics participating in this event that the situation is not going to have 100 cars picking up and dropping off. So if there's any other specific comments, I'd be happy to address, but thank you very much for your time.
Actually, I do have a question. I'm still not too clear when you mentioned about the easement. What did you say about the easement? That it will not be a problem when you're ready to apply for permit, building permit?
Yeah, no, great point. So we've designated the perimeter of the building as the outdoor play area.
Okay.
The exact square footage and just to be clear, there's not going to be any construction, so to speak, that would define the space. It's right now it's a matter of paperwork to balance anticipated occupant loads with outdoor play area for the purpose of initial conversations with the licensing friends at the Ministry of Education. So there's a section of the easement which is adjacent the building or adjacent the property line, but there's a large swath of land that's fully outside of the easement, which is outside of the building, which would qualify as the outdoor play area, just to be clear.
That's my question. So you think that you can still design an outdoor play area or areas without infringing or disturbing the easement, the use of the easement? You can go around it and design.
Yes,
that will work.
of course. Yeah, like right now, if you were to go to site, you can physically walk around the perimeter of the building and not kind of trespass within the easement, so to speak. So I mean that I feel like there's a conversation, you know, with Evan Holt, the lawyer representing the condo, and you know, in the fullness of time, you know, maybe that's something that could be negotiated or discussed, but it's coming out of our scope of work right now.
Oh, that's good. That's good explanation, because I was just wondering that. So your play area as marked is only diagrammatic, really, right?
Yeah, like it was for the purposes of initial Ministry of Education and licensing, discussions. The focus, just to be clear, is on a renovation project. There's no square footage of enclosed building being added here. We're taking an existing, vacant vacant retail use and which has been vacant, I think, for quite a while, and we're looking to fill it with life.
Peter, yeah, we have more questions to you.
Thanks, Chair. I understand that daycare is a permitted use in commercial CR zones generally, but this site-specific bylaw does not explicitly permit it. I'm just trying to get to I understand that the application went in 1975 or whatever, and then approved the uses that were being proposed at that time. Do you know the list of uses that are approved under that bylaw?
Office and retail.
Okay, but just not more specific than that? It's just office and retail to a certain square footage or?
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of time kind of discussing that exact question with the plans examiners and the planning team. It's just, to be totally honest, we were just trying to use the contemporary zoning to justify the project, but just given that it's written on paper, that script, we're obligated to participate here.
Yeah, understood. Thanks.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you.
Mr. Bayer has a question. Yeah.
Just a very quick question. I'm just looking at your site plan, and I realize that the play areas are not absolutely carved in stone at this stage, but the play area number 3 is probably the one that's closest to the condominiums at the back or the apartment buildings at the back that the voices of opposition have come from. What would you estimate is the distance from that proposed play area to the buildings on the other side?
I think it's at least 30 feet. I would say 30 to 50 feet. To be honest, I wasn't prepared for that question.
No, not to worry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, question.
Yeah, just a few questions. So, first of all, just to address some of the concerns, some people were worried that there's going to be activity on evenings or weekends. Can you say that that's not going to be the case?
To the best of my knowledge, the curriculum is tailored to the 9 to 5 working parents. Any extracurricular activities, I have no, I'm not aware of anything.
Okay. And there's also concern about whether this is actually going to be a school as opposed to just a daycare. If and you did mention that there might be one grade of school involved. If it was going to be a school with higher grades, would that require an additional variance, or could that be included under this one?
As far as I know, when under the zoning, it's called childcare, and I don't know the exact definition, but just to be clear, the one classroom that we've earmarked as elementary or pre-elementary is 5 years old. So I think under the Ministry of Education that still falls within childcare, and the definition of school or the etymology of school doesn't necessarily change. The Hopscotch organization is focused on the Montessori program, and like I said, 90+% is under that age.
Okay. So in terms of the drop-off concerns, I think that's quite a significant issue. I mean, given the price, the apparent price, it's likely that people will be coming from some distance to drop off their kids. So can you just explain exactly how, what is it that you said that there's going to be an underground drop-off area? Presumably parents will want to accompany their kids up to the actual facility. Can you just explain briefly how that's going to work? I mean, that's one of the major concerns of people.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and I mean, I don't actually know if people will be traveling too far to Yonge and St. Clair, just given the nature of Montessori's scattered. Like the demographic we feel was quite close, and the proximity to transit was very powerful in the decision making to pursue this property with the client's team. With understanding that there's every street in the city is busy, I'm fully empathetic to the concern, but our understanding was that for those that are not taking transit or walking within the neighborhood, there's a number of reserved parking spaces underground through the building owner.
Do you know how many exactly?
I think it's between 5 and 10 spaces are reserved specifically for this school. There is also visitor parking. So I'm not familiar with the number of visitor parking, but it's a fairly expansive underground parking structure. So there is a little bit of holding capacity. But I guess the as part of our initial calculations, I guess to maybe put it at ease, was whether this was the childcare facility or another, retail use. The actual parking requirements within the zoning weren't too far off. So, of course, it's the same for many building typologies. In some cases, you would it'd be advisable or desirable from a marketing perspective to offer a significantly greater number of parking.
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Was limited in its numbers.
Okay. I mean, I certainly don't. I don't want to encourage people to be driving. It's just that if the tuition is $30,000 to $40,000, I'm not sure how many local. I mean, it's obviously a fairly wealthy area, but there might still be a lot of people coming. So, and then the last question was, in terms of the play areas and the people immediately nearby, is there a plan to put privacy screening around the play areas, and perhaps privacy screening possibly with some kind of sound baffling material in it?
To be honest, we hadn't gotten that far. My understanding of the ministry's requirements are more about security of the children and just not letting them escape, so to speak, and not really geared towards soundproofing. Given the nature of the high-rise buildings, I don't know if a fencing or a sound barrier would satisfy the requirements of the tenants living or the residents living on the upper floors. And we wouldn't want to put a roof over top of the children because that's just not appropriate.
I wasn't suggesting a roof, but it might help. I'm just suggesting trying to find ways that maybe you can help alleviate the concerns, even if, of course, it wouldn't alleviate them completely.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, to be honest, our team had talked about, at a high level was, we would love if there's a way to include some vegetation. Vegetation acts as a beautiful visual barrier and can offer some sound properties. It's just, given the fact that the underground parking structure is almost at a zero lot line, the outdoor play area, just to be clear, is above the parking structure below as an existing condition. So certain planting is constrained there and limited. So that's just another consideration to keep in mind.
Yeah. So there isn't any specific plan. I mean, I assume that you probably want some privacy screening anyway, as you said, to keep the kids in. But I'm just wondering if maybe there might be some more developed plans that might also help alleviate the sound concerns of the neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's my professional opinion that as we move, from the zoning discussion more towards the detailed planning, given, some of the empathetic comments shared to noise, that we would take that into account during the permitting phase, and just as it wasn't necessarily part of the variance, but part of the conversation of the community tie-ins.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions now. We move this into the committee's discussion. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Byett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take a crack at this one. I think before us, all we have is a request for a change in the permitted use.
Yes.
All the other details that have been presented, as the agent just mentioned, will come at the permitting phase.
Yes.
So there's still a ways to go before this is an up and running a business or a school daycare facility. So before us, all we have is this change in use. And I think that's what we have to focus on is it something that we think would be appropriate for this particular location? I'm of the opinion, yes. And as one of our folks in opposition mentioned, I too am a parent and a grandparent. And I'm always wonderfully amazed as I walk out this building and sometimes walk into this building to see the little people being escorted outside because it's a daycare facility as part of City Hall.
Yes.
I have never yet heard them scream and holler and shout. They're just lovely little people. And if we don't take care of our kids, who will? So that's my philosophical side of it. I'm in favor of this application.
One thing I want to add, although the traffic is mentioned is a concern, but in the absence of a real traffic study, but in my own experience is that a 3-room conversion, whether it's a daycare or elementary school, is not going to create 100 more cars. And no other facility can provide that kind of drop-off anyway. You know, a lot of the 50 student childcare, they will provide 3 parking spots for the rush hour drop-off. And what I mean is that if there are other locations for more modern design facility, they can accommodate more of these needs. But this is a very urban corner, a very urban area, and I think that Toronto needs different types of childcare facilities. Whether now in City Hall they have one that tuck in, and we're trying to steal little spaces that for that kind of use. And I think that if we expect them to have a drop-off loop and then have safety zone, you can almost eliminate all these urban sites.
If I can just speak to those things.
What do you think?
So first of all, I mean, I think that the change of use does actually create the traffic and noise issues, unlike, say, if it was used for retail. So I think that those are reasonable things to be considering. I think that they are an aspect of this change of use, and so we do need to address those and talk about those, and I think it's fair. I would normally agree with the traffic thing. It's just I think that given the tuition that's being charged here, I don't think it's going to be kind of a local daycare. So I think that that's why it's reasonable to worry about that issue. I would say that there a larger percentage. Normally, I would not care about those things at all. For normal daycare, I would imagine that most people will walk to the daycare or should be encouraged to. This is not just a normal daycare.
They do have underground parking.
Yeah. So I just want to say those are reasons why I think those are valid issues to be concerned about, and I think that it's really important to address those issues. On the other hand, I don't think that those issues can be determining the use, given the need for childcare in general and the general lack of spaces. I think a certain amount of creativity is needed. We can hope, I think it's really important that the applicants continue to talk to the neighbors and find all possible ways, and possibly the fact that those easements can be a negotiating element. It sounds like those easements will need to be negotiated, and maybe that negotiation process can be a place where additional measures can be taken to ensure privacy and reduce the noise. So I feel like there is scope for negotiation there. I don't think we need to defer in order to the easements. The easements will need to be addressed, and if we approve this, they'll have to be addressed by the applicants with the condo corporation anyway. So overall, I'm in favor of this. I do hope the applicants will work with the neighbors to address some valid concerns.
It's not an easy site, Mr. Irwin.
Yeah, it is a tricky site, and I think it needs a lot of delicate work, so.
Through you, Madam Chair, it should be noted, with use variances, the committee can also approve on a temporary basis. So if there's uncomfortable feelings about the use on the site and how it would work on the site, then there is the option that committee could approve, you know, let's say for 2 years, and then in 2 years' time, the applicant would come back. So I just want to put that on the floor
Yeah,
of
it's
hearing
expiring
for
date.
consideration.
Okay. I guess, like, I think I'm in the position of many participants who everybody agrees there should be more childcare. But my question, or the thing that I keep playing in my mind, is that this is a very particular site. The zoning doesn't allow childcare facility for some reason. We've heard some details about the context around. It's pretty close to other buildings. It's pretty dense. There's an easement issue. And it makes me wonder if the reason that that is not a permitted use there, is it an artifact of history, or is it because given these issues, like for instance, the owner of this building can't give them permission to make a childcare outdoor play area of a certain space. And then here I'm looking at the laws that Mr. Holt mentioned in the regulation to the child, what is it called? The Child Care and Early Years Act or whatever it is. It's talking about it's a requirement that there needs to be an outdoor space of a certain number of, you know, square meters, but that's subject to exceptions that the director of the program can grant. So it just makes me wonder if the space is as complicated as it is, does it make sense to grant this change in use? And so, like in my mind, I kind of agree with the Mr. Holt who spoke that it seems a bit premature because we don't actually know how the space can be used or whether it's workable because a lot of the plan is unfinished. And it all has to be negotiated, so does it make sense to allow a change of use to see if it's gonna work when we don't know if it's gonna work and we've heard a lot of opposition from people? But that's what I'm thinking, but on the other hand, I think child care facilities are a great idea and there should be lots of them in many places. So that's just what I'm thinking, and I don't know if it's helpful for you to hear it.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the childcare is permitted in the CR zone, but it's not permitted only the site-specific thing applying to this property when it went through development or it took the development permission in 1970 something. So at that time, maybe the concept of mixing commercial with childcare was not a very welcome thing at that time. We were talking about 40-something years now, right?
Yeah, it could be.
And now we understand a lot of people live in the urban area, and then there's more and more, what you call that, inadequacy of childcare facility. So many, like even City of Toronto, actually many little small childcare are tucked into commercial buildings now. So I think that maybe the concept of the use is changed, but then this property got stuck with the site specific. Well, is that how I understand when the explanation gave it to us?
Yeah, I think so. That was my understanding. That basically what got approved here in the site-specific law was just what was being built. And so they had certain tenants or certain agreements with tenants, and so those uses were permitted. I think it's more of like a relic of how they used to treat site zoning, site-specific zoning, because the CR zone is really permissive, right? It includes almost every use, and uses that have a lot more impact than child daycares as well, like shelters and everything, schools, like, and I think we see in this neighborhood there are other outdoor uses that that can be noise creating. There's a bunch of schools around, there's a bunch of, the racket club is next door with outdoor courts and all that kind of thing. So I look at it more from a principal perspective of this is a CR zone, and CR zones allow daycare, and I don't think that it was the intention of the zoning bylaw to remove that as a principle of use. So also, I'm supporting it.
Yeah, that's how I understood. It's almost, yeah, when it was developed 40 years ago or something, it was specific for what they were proposing. So they did not include the use of other things. Okay, so do we have a motion?
Sure, I do want to say, I think, Dylan, you've raised a lot of good points,
Good
and
points,
I
yeah.
appreciate you're trying to address the valid concerns of the neighbors, and they are valid concerns.
And also those concerns are very, very tough to even address, sometimes to make it even work.
Yeah.
And then they might still have to face a lot of difficulties, even though they got this, maybe then there are many things to have to plan.
Yeah, and I would just recommend that the applicant and the operator of the school do meet periodically with the tenants or with the adjacent residents to hopefully soften up some of the issues. But for a motion, I move approval of the application for the reasons that we've discussed.
Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor? 4-1. Mr. Wilkins dissented.
Can we take a short break? Just 5 minutes?
What?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, yeah, please, yes. We're going to take 5 minute break, yeah. Okay.
As long as it takes for us to get through all the files.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so that will happen, okay.
Well,
I'm
so.
28,
Yeah.
69 Montrose.
So the next couple of applications, we don't have registered speakers, so hopefully those will go a little quicker. Okay? Yeah.
I just have a daughter sitting waiting, okay, all right. Speaking of childcare. I know.
But by the time she leaves and then.
Yeah, at this point, I'll stay put,
Yeah.
but, okay.
We've had applicants
Oh, we but maybe they are also outdated. You know how expensive just ordinary daycare is. It's not cheap either. It's crazy. You have 2 kids, you better stay home just look after. Concord, number 22.
I feel like I maybe should go home and participate virtually, because it seems like I'm pretty far down the list. It's gonna take, would you say, at least an hour to get to 69 Montrose? Really? Okay, I prefer to stay, so, okay, I'm gonna stay. Okay. That's all right. I hope I'm right. Okay, I was right this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. My God.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is years of experience to tell you that, you worked that out. So, are we done? Are we good? Good. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, let's commence.
Okay. Item number 22, 373 Concord Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a rear ground floor deck. The rear 2-story addition will replace the existing 1-story addition, and the rear 2nd-story addition will be cantilever on the south side of the outer dwelling. They are looking for 3 variances. And on this file, we also receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, and 2 photographs of the property.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Eddie Perez.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owner. I'm at 537 Rogers Road. As you can see, this is a very minor application. We have a length variance, which is only at where the bay window is. And then there's a GFA is slightly over. Instead of 69, we're at 76%. And the landscaping is an existing situation, so we're maintaining what's there. I feel that this is very minor, and planning has no objections. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we need a presentation? We do not need a presentation from you, but we might have questions. We have any questions? Seems that no question either. So I'm going to move this into the discussion for decision. So do you have anything else you want to address the panel before we do that?
No, thank you. But I'll answer any questions if so.
Okay, we will. Now we are in committee. Okay, Mr. Byatt, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very, very straightforward application. Essentially, it's variance 1 and 2 that are the ones to consider. Variance number 3 is an existing circumstance, so I do not see any issues with this particular application. There aren't any conditions from what I can see. So if my colleagues don't have any objection, I'll move a motion to approve.
Second, Peter Reid, second. All in favor? Approved unanimously. Approved. Thank you. Okay, number 23, number 1, BRAEMAR Avenue. This is to legalize. I'm sorry, I have to get the agenda. The purpose for this application is to legalize and to maintain the rear 3-story addition and the front 2nd-story balcony, and they were constructed without a permit, and also alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling, extending the front ground floor porch with new front stairs, and constructing a new cold room underneath in the basement, and constructing a rear 2-story balcony. They're seeking for 3 variances, and on this file we receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 9 photographs, and also decisions affecting the subject property in order to comply issued in 2023. And comment we have received from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good afternoon. My name is Stavros Theodorakopoulos, engineer representing the owner of this property. My address is 2 Black Court in Aurora, Ontario. We're requesting relief of the bylaw here for 3 minor variances which have arisen due to some owner-initiated design changes during construction of the previously approved design. I can briefly go through these changes that resulted in these variances. The first one was the roof height. We're requesting 0.26 meters over the original design height of 10 meters. The reason for this was the owner decided to add solar panels to the roof. So this caused some changes to the structural materials, the depth of the members, and as a result of this change, it's also changed the method of venting the roof. So what happened was we had to introduce purlin on the roof, which added a few more inches to the roof height, and thus changing the method of ventilation to ensure any penetrations to the roof wouldn't cause condensation in the future. That's basically the reason for the increase in height. The second issue is the front canopy. In the previous Committee of Adjustments decision, we were permitted 4.08 meters, where the allowable encroachment was 1.5 meters. This current variance is noted as a 3.8 meters, where the encroachment permitted is 2.5 meters. So the numbers are virtually the same. The encroachment is not any larger than it was. It's just a slightly different bylaw sentence or section was quoted now. And the third variance we're requesting is simply the stairs were built a little wider than was permitted, 10 millimeters to be exact. Unfortunately, the owner thought these were minor issues and went ahead and did it without submitting for a revision and figured I'll take care of the revision later. The revision brought up some variances. I believe these are minor variances and still complete. The project has been built, basically. So these are as-built conditions. So we're here asking for forgiveness rather than permission. I believe they're minor relative to the zoning bylaw, and the general intent and purpose of the bylaw and official plan are still maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. And you still require clearance from Urban Forestry. Well,
yeah, I'm not sure about why they're asking for that, because we have the front yard tree has already been protected.
Oh, I just advise you talk to them if you think that you're not going to injure any tree or anything. Yeah, they might give you clearance. But then we still will put that as condition. Yeah. Oh,
I see.
Yeah. So any question to this applicant? So we do not have any more. Oh, you do have a question. Mr. Bayer has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, applicant. Just a couple of quick ones. One of is, of course, this is to legalize, and I think that's always problematic. But given that at the rear of the building, you've got the cantilevered addition, and it looks like you're going to have a wood deck that comes out. That's on the south side of that extension.
Yes.
There is no screening that I can see, and I know that there's going to be overlook issues with your neighbor on the south side. I'd like to add that there be privacy screening on the south side of that deck up to a height of 1.5 meters, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a balcony at the rear, again on the south, on the the east side of the building. Bear with me, I'm just trying to get. Is it the second floor? Oh, no, that's at the front. You've got a balcony across.
The wood
But-
deck, there's a wood deck at the rear on the second floor,
And there's a balcony? on
and
the
a
third
balcony
floor?
on the third floor as well.
Yeah, is that balcony, full balcony? It's not recessed into the structure, is it?
It's recessed into the structure.
So you wouldn't have much of a depth to that would cause overlook issues, I would imagine.
So the roof extends over the sides, which really comes down quite low and
So it's really
gives you
the-
that privacy. Yeah.
It's just the deck that's the issue.
The deck,
Because that one
Yes.
is, does have overlook over your neighbor.
second floor deck.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The one that's attached to the cantilevered portion.
Right, right. Yeah, that's fine if you feel that's.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
can you describe the location?
It's a second floor deck
Sec-
on the south side of
Second.
the deck
Okay, south
that
side.
requires privacy screening.
Yes, second floor, okay.
Second floor.
That is the south edge, yeah, all right. You have questions? Oh, so we don't have any more questions? So now we're in committee. Okay, let's have a,
So I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with forestry 1 as a condition and second floor deck, south side privacy screen, 1.5 meters.
yeah,
And also to add the piece that says we don't condone
Concession
legalizing,
without
yeah,
a-
exactly, I forget exactly.
Can
how
I,
that's
can I
worded.
add to that we also don't condone going beyond the variances allowed by our committee?
We don't. Okay, so you are seconding that?
Sure, with that,
okay.
with that additional,
Yeah,
additional
Mr.
note.
Dillon, with a second. All in favor with the conditions? And did you? Oh, you raised your hand? I didn't see it. Okay. Approved unanimously. Okay. Getting a little bit sleepy, right? Yeah. Okay, item number 24 is 26 GALT Avenue. For this application, the purpose is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear attic extension above the second story for additional habitable space, and a new rear ground floor deck and the existing rear roof deck above the second story will be demolished. They're seeking 2 variances, and on this, we also receive a copy of site plans, a survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, 6 photographs, and a cover letter from the agent. We also receive 8 signature petition in support, and also opposition from 24 GALT Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as the speaker for 24 Gold Avenue, speaking in opposition. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and member of the committee. My name is Branko Mladenov. I'm the architect, the agent. My address is 3141 Road. I'd like briefly to explain our point of view. We have only 2 items on the list. First is deck setback from the property line. Required is 0.9 meter and we propose 0.3 meter.
Okay.
I saw a letter from the owner of 24 GALT Avenue. We don't understand her concern about the privacy, and we totally agree to provide the 2-meter high screen at the south edge of the deck. My client wanted to do it himself because of his own privacy, so we agreed to do this privacy screen.
Oh, okay.
Item number 2 is related to floor space index, permitted 60%, we propose 90%. In my cover letter, you can see that there are a lot of existing houses in the neighborhood with attic extension, exactly the same as we proposed. And also there is a house at 32 GALT Avenue, 3.5-story high with the roof deck on the 4th floor. So generally, we think our proposal is not out of the existing context of the neighborhood, so it could be considered as minor variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you describe where you're going to put the privacy screen?
Against the property line, where is the 24, so on the south side, between the, now there is a fence there, but I saw in the letter that owner actually suggested this privacy screen to be installed there, and we totally agree with that.
On the south side of the rear second floor deck? Is that how?
No, it is deck at the main level. So it is deck main level.
Main level deck.
Main level, yeah. You can find proposed main floor.
Okay, as long as you get it. Yeah. But usually we will ask only 1.5 meter, right? Not two.
Okay, I mean, yes. So on the side plan, you see there is the proposed deck.
Okay, no problem.
At rear yard, so south side, where is the 24?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, we'll unmute the speaker for 24 GALT Avenue.
Just let me know if you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So yeah, my name is Keenan Alsasser. I'll be representing the owners of 24 GALT Avenue, which is the neighboring property to the south of 26 GALT Avenue. After hearing what the sort of architect had just said a moment ago, that's great to hear. I have prepared some drawing materials as well as some writing, so I might as well just go through that anyways, just as formality. So yeah, great, perfect. Firstly, we are in support of the proposed 3rd floor addition, as it promises to provide much needed additional space for a growing family in Leslieville's urban residential neighborhood. However, we do have reservations regarding the second minor variance, which pertain to, of course, the new deck encroachment to the setback from the south property line. This raises some concerns about privacy, particularly for the backyard, as well as the windows along the rear facade at 24 GALT. In the materials provided on page 1, I included a very quick sketch overlaid on the proposed re-elevation at 26 GALT. The orange markings, of course, indicate the minimum required setback, which was at 0.9 meters, and the blue markings, which represent the proposed deck setback and encroachment. The dashed blue line kind of shows more clearly that the proposed deck encroachment would have significantly increased visibility right into the backyard at 24 GALT, thus, of course, compromising privacy. Yeah, next page, please. On the second page, or on this page, is a photo of the backyard at 24 GALT and a view from the kitchen window, kind of highlighting the existing fence's shortcomings in providing adequate privacy. Currently, the fence stands at approximately 2.2 meters in height with lattice construction at the top that further facilitates visibility. Furthermore, these photos provide some pretty valuable context regarding the limited space of backyards in general along GALT Avenue. Given the modest size of these outdoor areas, it kind of becomes increasingly important to uphold increased levels of privacy wherever feasible, and I would assume that mutually between both properties. So next page, please. To address these concerns, I had proposed a minor revision to the deck design, really just to, as depicted in these drawings here, specifically suggesting to add a 2-meter high fence on the top of the deck along the southern side, providing increased privacy that would be mutually beneficial for both 24 and 26 GALT. In support of this proposal, I included a screenshot from the Toronto Municipal Fence Bylaw on the top left corner of the page. And of course, it specifies that, a 2-meter high fence can be erected above the surface of a deck under certain conditions, all of which I believe are met by the proposed deck at 26 GALT. While I understand that the fence bylaws may not be directly considered as zoning related items, I mention them because their function can have a really positive impact on minor variances like this one. In conclusion, I hope the approval for this design revision can be granted and adhered to. It's great to hear from the architect right off the bat that that's something that they're will look forward to sort of implementing as well. Not only does it appear to comply with municipal regulations by adding this fence, but it also maintains the integrity of the proposed deck size and the interior floor plan layout, sort of not causing any hindrance to all of the work that they've already prepared on their proposal. And most importantly, it effectively addresses the need for privacy for both properties at 24 and 26 Galt. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So any question to this speaker? No, we don't have. So we bring back the agent.
Yep,
Yeah.
we will go back to the agent.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yes, I mean, we already agreed to install the screen because of the privacy for both, properties, and we don't have any issue with that.
yes, and actually the 1.5 meter is from the finished deck, not from the ground. You know that.
Yes, because I mean, nobody is supposed to stand on the deck. Usually people sit on the deck, so it makes sense. But yeah, whatever committee decides, we will agree with the screening.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I know it's 2 meter before, but 2 meter beyond is, I think that the bylaw does not allow okay. Any question to the agent? Okay, we don't have any more questions to you. We're going to move into a committee. Now we're a committee. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, it seems to me that 2 meters is actually a good idea because it's, it's right there.
Yes.
And 1.5 meters, if someone's standing on the deck, they would actually be able to see over. So.
Yeah, your eye level.
Yeah,
Unless
exactly.
you're 7.
And as you pointed out, I think that's allowed. So I'm going to move that we approve this variance with a condition that there be privacy screening of 2 meters above the surface of the deck.
No, 1.5 from
No,
the
no,
finished
2
deck.
meters.
1.5 is I think most bylaw allow the height of the fence. If it's 2 meters, it's too high.
The 2 meters isn't allowed?
I don't think so. That's why we always stick to 1 to 5. 1.5, you have to be quite tall. I mean, the eye level is down here, right? So someone 6'4".
Could we just say to a minimum of 1.5,
Yeah,
and then because
yeah.
they both seem to agree on the 2, and then they
You
can
can
sort
add
of
something like a lattice work
Right.
on top to.
Through you, Madam Chair, as long as they check with fence bylaw.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
the
If they're
fence
gonna
bylaw
go
right
higher
here
than that.
says on an
Okay.
unroofed deck, it can be up to 2 meters. Like that's what he's literally quoting, isn't it?
I think minimum 1.5 is suffice.
Okay. All right. Okay, to a minimum of 1.5 above the surface of the deck.
Anyone second to that? Yeah. Say yes, second. All in favor with that condition? Doug, you dissented? Oh, no. All in favor, yes. Unanimously approved. Oh, okay. Now we had number 25. 8 Lestrange Place, and the purpose for this application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition and with rear first floor balcony and a side 1-story attached auxiliary building, which is like garage. They're looking for 3 variances, and on this we also receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan, and elevation, 5 photographs of the property, maps, and 8 photographs of the comparable property. And we also receive a comment from heritage, archaeology, and heritage planning, urban design.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm happy to answer any questions. I can give a brief presentation if you'd like.
Yeah, let me check. Do we need a presentation? No, we do not need a presentation. We might have questions. Any questions to the applicant? Okay.
Sorry,
it seems that we do not have any questions, but you can address, if you have anything you want to address the committee, you can do it now.
Yes, one item that came up during our consultation with neighbors, specifically the neighbor directly to the south of us, directed, most affected, excuse me. His concern was that we were too close to his lot line, and he asked if he has sent in a letter of support. For him and his wife have sent in a letter of support, but also requesting that it be amended to the side setback be amended to 0.36 rather than 0.19, which my client has agreed to.
Are you making a revision on the variances?
To variance one.
I see. Okay.
That amended to 0.36, and my client has.
We can't hear you. Can you repeat? Your voice is started to wobble. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. The neighbor to the south, directly affected, has asked in his letter of support that the side setback be rather than at 1.19 to be 0.36.
0.36. Okay. All right. We got that one. 0.36. You want to, anything? Any changes? Any more changes?
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Right? We make it better. So, any question to the speaker? No. We don't have any questions for you now. We're moving this into discussion. We are in committee. Anyone comment? They have a heritage requirement. Right? Yes. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application that's before us, and it's good to hear that the agent has come to an agreement with the bordering neighbor, because that was a small setback, but that's great. I think the variances being requested are small and have very little impact, and this is a big lot and a big addition that has. Honestly, I thought there'd be more variances being requested. So I move approval of the application as amended, subject to the heritage condition.
Yes, Mr. Dylan, hands up first.
I just wanted to say, agreeing with my colleague, that I was slightly concerned about that setback, and I'm actually glad to see that that's been extended a little bit. I think it's great. It's good now, so yeah. I'm happy to second this.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimously approved. It's approved. Yeah. Thank you. Item 26, 23 Lippincott Street. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 3-story rear addition and a rear third-floor deck on the roof of the second floor below, and a rear basement walkout with stairs. The existing rear 2-story and 1-story addition will be demolished, and there will be 2 dwelling units on this lot. Is a duplex. There are 7 variances that they're looking for, and we also receive a plan of a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, a revised site plan March 8, and another revised site plan March 11, and a revised zoning waiver March 8, 2 photographs and presentation material from the agent, and we received comment on development planning, and also a staff report from transportation and urban forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we've unmuted the agent.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, we're ready.
Hi, my name is.
Yeah.
Yep. Hi, my name is Gary Chang, agent for the owner at 23 Lippincott Street.
Yeah. We do not have. you do not have any opposition or anyone wants to speak against this, so I'm going to check whether we want a presentation. Yeah, we do not require a presentation from you. So maybe we do have questions. We have no questions either, so we are ready to move this into a discussion. Do you have anything you want to address the panel?
Yeah, really quickly. There was an original application where there was a proposed two-car carport in the rear. But through discussions with transportation and with the client, that application for the two-car carport has since been removed, and we are keeping the existing detached garage in the rear yard. And thus, transportation has removed their comments requesting for a deferral. Furthermore to that, the revised site plans were really to address, number one, what I just mentioned, the carport removal from the scope of work. And the second revision to the site plan was to address comments from community planning to show the existing soft landscaping beyond our property lines to be maintained as a part of this application.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. So on the revised zoning waiver, are those variances identical with the on the agenda and no changes?
No changes. We only removed the variances that are relevant to the carport.
With the, regarding carport. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Reid has a question.
Just confirming the 0% side yard, the 0% landscaping. That's because that's a current condition, right? And that's just because the lot line is basically right against the house. Is that correct?
That's correct. The current existing building, it's an interesting building where there's a 3-story portion, 2-story portion, and a 1-story portion. What we're trying to propose is we're proposing that the new additions, we're demolishing the 2-story addition and the 1-story addition, and making it all 3 stories, and align with the setbacks of the current locally existing building, which is actually, if you look on the site survey, is actually encroaching beyond the property lines. But we are, as part of this application, that we are bringing it back to be a 0 setback from the lot line, which is the roughly on average 4.8 meters, giving you roughly just 15.5 feet in terms of the lot width. So we're bringing that to 0 meter setback, which gives us essentially 0 landscaping on the side.
Understood. Thank you.
Is that even negative? Okay. So any questions? Any more questions? Okay. We don't have any more questions. Now we're in committee. Yeah. Okay, any more? Yeah, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion for this. I think it's a good project. Cleans up a site that needs some attention. And the variances are minor and, I mean, almost technical, some of them. And I think it results in a desirable development of this site. So I move approval subject to urban forestry condition 3.
Yeah, Reid. Okay, Mr. Reid, second.
Yeah, I'll second that for the same reasons.
Yes. All in favor? Unanimously approved. It's approved. Thank you. Item 27 is 1080 Greenwood Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a south side and a rear 1-story addition and a complete 2nd-story addition, a front cover porch and a rear basement walkout and a rear ground floor deck. They're seeking 3 variances. And on this file, we also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 1 photograph of the subject property, and an arborist report. And
through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Yes.
Hi there, Madam Chair and committee. It's Jason Colbert, owner of 1080 Greenwood. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, you do not have any opposition, and let me check whether anyone wants to have a presentation. No, any questions? Yeah, we have a couple of questions. Mr. Reid and Mr. Bayer. Yeah.
I was just curious as to why there's no side yard setback variance required, because it's right along the lot line.
There's an existing garage that is going to be used on the south side.
Okay,
And
so you're keeping the existing garage and building around it?
yeah,
Okay,
and then
got
on
it.
the north side, we're keeping that wall as an existing wall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Byatt, yes.
Just picking up from the response you gave, so I assume that the driveway to the garage doesn't change?
No, the driveway stays
Gonna stay the same?
The same, yeah.
Okay. Is there anything that you can do when you look at the site plan with regard to variance number 3? Is there any way that could be increased from
The softscape?
Mm-hmm.
So I did have communications with someone from Toronto on this. They were wondering if I could increase it. And if you look at the site plan, there is an existing porch with a concrete stairway and pad. That's going to be removed. And the new porch is going to be put in over to the south side further. So that whole area where that concrete pad is, and then there's existing flagstone, is going to be brought up, and that'll be into softscape.
And that's included in the 49%?
They
or will that increase the 49 to something else?
That should increase the softscape. From the email that I received from the city on this, they didn't have any objections of that. They were looking at that the concrete was staying in there, and that's not the case. It's going to be removed to put more softscape in.
Is there any way you could provide a percentage? So I think for a variance, it might look much better if it was a higher percentage.
I don't have that percentage with me. I can get that.
Through you, Madam Chair, maybe hold this item down, we'll move on and come back.
Yeah, can you come back with a figure and a percentage, because it's important that we have them right, yeah.
Percentage, yeah.
Yeah, you can calculate how much is that area, okay? And we'll come back, and then when you're ready, just let us know.
Okay, yeah, I don't know when.
We're going to hold this down now, okay.
To calculate that area would probably be another, I would think, probably another 5%.
Okay, we're going to hold this item down,
Yes.
and then we'll come back to you in a few minutes and see what the percentage is at, okay?
Yes.
The square meters.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We prefer accuracy.
Sorry,
don't guess, just give us the accurate area, please. Thank you. Yeah, that will help. Okay, the next item is 1350 Davenport. Oh, no, that's deferred. Sorry. All right. Wow, we move to the next one. Okay, 29. Open. Let me open this first. And item number 25, 270 Monrose Avenue. This application is to alter existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing the existing front porch, and also to construct a new access steps to the existing front cover porch. The existing front concrete steps will be demolished. They are only seeking one variance. And on this, we also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation, and 2 photographs of the subject property.
Through you, Madam Chair, we just have the agent, no registered speakers. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Oriana Nanoa. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 the East Mall, Suite 300, here on behalf of the owner.
Okay, thank you. Since you don't have any opposition, and I want to check whether anyone wants the presentation. No one wants a presentation. Any questions? I have repeated this many times. No questions either. So we don't have any questions either. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to note that there's only one variance for this proposal, which is to facilitate the enclosing of an existing side concrete porch. The existing floor space of the dwelling is already over the permitted FSI of 0.6 times the area of the lot at 0.9170 times the area of the lot. And the proposal is only adding 1.45 square meters to the existing FSI. And I'm of the opinion that this application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I am happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, no question. We are in committee now. Motion, discussion. Peter,
Thanks.
yeah.
I'm happy to bring a motion on this. It's a super minor project, and the additional 1.5 square meters are tucked away on the side. So there's no negative impacts of this. I move approval without condition.
And Mr. Wilkins, second. All in favor? No conditions? Approved unanimously? Okay, yeah. And are we going to move on? Item 30? Yeah? Item 30, just wait a minute, let me get it's 477 MILVERTON Boulevard. The application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached by constructing a front ground floor addition and close a porch with new front steps. They're also asking for 1 variance. And on this file, we also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation, cover letter from the agent, and also tree protection plan. We have staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we just have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application.
Yes. We don't have any, you don't have any opposition. Do we require any presentation? No presentation required. And also, any questions? No questions either. So we don't have any questions for you. We are ready to move this into committee. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we do that?
The only thing I would add is that the attached home at 479 is owned by the same owner. They are one dwelling. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and all right, so we are in committee now. Okay. Oh, so they're the same owner, so they have been in agreement with the same. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so, okay. Mr. Byatt, yes.
Sure, I'll take this one. It's a very straightforward application, and as the agent noted, the other side of this property is also, the porch is also enclosed. So there are no conditions attached to this particular application. I'd like to move up. Sorry, is it forestry?
Yes.
Oh,
Forestry 1.
Forestry number 1.
Yeah.
So other than that, there are no other conditions. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, anyone want a second? Mr. Wilkins wants a second. All in favor with the forestry condition? All in favor? Approve. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. And 156 MAVETY Street. This is to convert the existing 2-story auxiliary building, which is like a garage with a loft in the rear yard, into a garden suite, and to construct a front walkouts with stairs. Also, to demolish the existing rear ground floor with stairs on the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling, and construct a new ground floor deck with stairs. They're asking for 9 variances. On this, we also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, photograph of this, 1 photograph of the property, cover letter from agent, decision affecting the property, and staff report from Urban Forestry, and also support. We have 24 formal letters of support.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. We'll unmute the agent at this time.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This is Marco Razzolini from Sakura Design, Inc., 94 Lakeshore Road East, Unit 201, Mississauga.
Yes, we are going through the same thing. So we do, you do not have any opposition, and I want to see whether anyone wants a presentation. Anyone? No presentation, any questions? We have questions from Mr. Wee.
Yeah, so just a question. I would just want to make sure that the owners are aware that they're losing their parking completely, right? Like even though there's still a driveway, that driveway will be required for emergency access, and so they won't actually have any parking, any legal parking on the property. Are they aware of that?
Yes, that's understood.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure of that.
Any more questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions for you. We are ready to move this into discussion. Do you have anything else you want to address the panel?
No, I think all of the variances are related to just converting the existing structure into a garden suite. And I think maybe on paper, the numbers seem a little bit higher than typically than we would be applying for, but that's just the fact of the garage exists there today. We're converting into a garden suite, and yeah, that's all to add.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, thank you. Yeah, we are in committee now. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes,
so first of all, I want to commend the owners for getting the support of so many neighbors. I think that really speaks well to the effort they put into this. Yeah. Secondly, this is actually similar to an earlier one we saw, and I think it's a very clever way of minimizing the impact of a garden suite by sinking it down a little bit. It's really an elegant solution to inserting a garden suite into a tricky space, so I want to commend them for that too. And obviously this is a great contribution to providing some extra living room in the city without too much impact. So I move that we approve this.
Yes.
And and there's a forestry condition too.
Yes,
with forestry condition too.
What, Mr. By a second, all in favor with conditions? Approved unanimously. Thank you. Let's move. So, are we moving? Okay. Item number 32 is 69 Monrose Avenue. This application is to construct a new 3-story detached duplex with a front third-story balcony and a front basement walkout. The existing 2-story semi-detached will be demolished, and also to construct a new 1-story auxiliary building, a detached garage in the rear yard. And they are looking for 3 variances. And we received a copy of the survey site plan, floor plan elevation, revised site plan, floor plan and elevation March 4, and revised zoning notice March 4, and a red line public notice March 7. 2 photographs of the property, cover letter from the agent, list of figures from the agent, also tree protection plan from the agent. Comments we received from transportation, staff report we have from urban forestry, and also we have support of 353 Harvard Street. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and we do have 1 person here in opposition and 1 person speaking online in opposition. So at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Okay.
Hello, this is Timothy Mitanidis. I'm the agent for the owner,
Yes.
69 Montrose Avenue.
Yes.
Just at the opening, I'd like to make a slight correction. We are only seeking 2 variances. As you can see by the revised zoning notice. We've eliminated the 2nd variance in, yeah, that's the one. In conjunction with some work with the zoning examiners, we've managed to eliminate that variance, which we felt was we would prefer just to go with the 2 that are remaining, which is number 1 and number 3.
Okay, so that's the only change, right?
Well, there were changes to the in order to facilitate this removal of the variance.
Oh, no, I mean in terms of the variances. That's the only change on the variances.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So you do have a position. So please give us a short presentation, 5 minutes maximum.
I'd be happy to. If you could, before I begin, if you could go to the list of figures, that's what the images I would like to speak to. So it's E4 there. Yeah, and then the 2nd page, please. We are acting as agents on behalf of our client, who has commissioned us to design and execute a 3-story duplex to house their family's changing needs and their desire to have their parents age in a multi-generational household. The proposed duplex is designed to integrate into this established residential area by taking material and design inspiration from the existing character of the street. And as project architects, our ultimate goal is to satisfy our clients' needs while enhancing the property's contribution to the neighborhood's unique character. The large front yard setback of the current semi-designed building creates an instance where abiding precisely by the zoning bylaw will create an outcome that is less favorable to our client, not only to our client, but also to the surrounding properties in the wider neighborhood. This uncommon configuration is not fully captured by the necessities of this city, the necessary generalities of the city zoning bylaw. And as such, we require relief to construct a duplex that we feel best contributes to the neighborhood. We are seeking 2 variances to construct the duplex in the location that best respects the character of the existing street. The first allows the new construction to match the front yard setback of the houses and reestablishes the predominant front yard setback found along the entire street. The second forgoes the prescribed narrow 45 centimeter setback in favor of a reduced building depth and in hope eliminating the negative impact of the building mass on adjacent properties in the rear yard. By granting these requested variants, the committee would permit our client to construct their new home in a more sensitive and strategic manner that better responds to the unique constraints of the site and delivers a less impactful outcome to the as-of-right alternative. With the approval of the requested variances, we would be able to bring the mass of the proposed building in line with the neighboring properties to the south, and the extra square footage gained by eliminating the side yard setbacks would allow us to achieve the programmatic requirements without extending the proposed building beyond the rear wall of the neighboring houses. The more compact building footprint being proposed not only eliminates the impact of the large 3-story building mass found in the as-of-right alternative, but also permits our client to move the current front yard parking and garage to the rear laneway where it belongs. Removing the front yard parking garage and access drive off Montrose Street will improve community safety, allow for a beautified street presence, and most importantly, increase the area of soft landscaping. The enlarged rear yard will also be landscaped in accordance with the zoning bylaw, allowing us to maintain the generous amount of existing soft landscaping while adding an additional 270 square feet of green roof space on top of the garage in an effort to improve the overall water absorption on the site. The total soft landscaping being proposed, including the green roof, marks a significant increase over the current condition, thus making significant contributions to the city-wide initiatives to curb the heat island effect and mitigate water runoff. If you could go to the next slide, please. Figure 2.1 provides an illustration of the predominant setback along both sides of Montrose Street, which we are hoping to reinforce. It also illustrates how the proposed variances will allow us to shorten the building length and thereby mitigating the impact of the building on the rear yard of neighboring properties. Next slide, please. As you can see in the massing model, the impact of this as-of-right structure is severe, especially on the neighboring properties to the south and shadow impacts on the north, which is why we have elected to pursue the 2 variances in an effort to reduce the building depth and the impact of the building on the backyards. The next slide shows the difference between what was the as-of-right and what we're proposing, and the setback from the rear wall is in line with the neighboring properties to the south and significantly reducing shadowing impacts, which can be seen on the next slide, to not only the property immediately to the north, but to several properties beyond that. The next slide, please. So this is a comparison showing the benefits of the compact building footprint when compared to the existing. The existing also has a footprint that stretches from property line to property line, but is significantly deeper and slightly forward from the neighboring property at 71. And the next slide, please. In conclusion, we would like to reiterate that the proposal seeks to reinforce the predominant characteristics of the street, which exhibits a continuous front yard setback and many properties built to the 0 lot line condition, which can be displayed by this graphic. Should also be noted that 5 homes on this graphic in red have received authorization from the C of A for 0 meter side yard setbacks, and they include 46, 56, 72, 84, and 114 Montrose. We appreciate your careful deliberation in our case, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to provide a positive addition to the neighborhood and city. Thank you.
Thank you. You're right at the 5-minute mark. Okay. We will hold our questions to you and we'll listen to other speakers first, okay? We'll get back to you.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
I'm Corinne Kalumpar, and I live at 63 Montrose Avenue, which is the property that is immediately to the south of 69 Montrose. And while I am excited about certain things with regard to this plan, the part that I am not excited about and that I would like to state my opposition to is the third variance, which is proposing a 0 side yard setback so that the house would be right up next to mine. So 63 and 69 are, detached homes, and many features of my house have been designed with that understanding. So for example, I have a dryer vent and a kitchen vent on the north wall of my house that needs space to properly function and also potentially to be repaired. I have an electrical conduit that runs on the outside of the north wall, which again needs to be accessible should anything go wrong. And also I have on occasion, for example, had to have termite treatments and also had to do some restoration work on the bricks on that side of the property. And if I don't have access to it, I can't properly maintain my house. So I would really like to see for the 0.45 meter requirement to be met with this new construction.
Okay, that's the only concern you have?
That is my only
Okay,
concern,
all right,
yes.
Thank you, yeah. All right. You have any question to this speaker?
Yeah, so at the moment, there's a garage that's directly against it.
Yeah.
But, so what's the difference between what they're planning and the current garage?
The garage takes up a very small portion of the north wall, and I bought the house in that state, so I know that I have accepted those conditions. But what's strange to me is that that has always been described as the detached side of the house, despite the fact that the garage of the neighboring property got attached to my house at some point before I owned it. But it takes up a very small portion of the wall, which is why I can have a kitchen vent, a dryer vent, a conduit, all things that were in place when I bought the house 20 years ago. So it's very different to have just a small portion of my north wall with a building rammed up right against it versus the entirety of the north side.
Right, and your house is right up against the lot line, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And is it right up against the lot line on the south side? Are you attached to your neighbor?
On the south side, I'm attached,
Okay.
yes. It's part of a triplex.
Right. Okay.
I'm the north end of the triplex.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions to this? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, have you had a chance to speak to the agents or the owners of the property?
No, I mean, just when the man whose name I don't know bought the property, we had an initial conversation, but at no point was I informed of any of the plans until I got this in the mail.
So they may not be aware of your specific concerns about the vents, for example. How will your kitchen and dryer vent if they will right smack up against your property?
Exactly, yes. I mean, they should be able to see the conduit at least, which has at least 2 inches of depth.
But I do not think building code allow you to, if you build it today, you cannot have vents right at the property line. You're encroaching other people's property, actually.
Okay, well, this is, again, I bought the house with these things in place, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's, so next.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will unmute the resident at 71 Montrose Avenue. I don't know if it's Bernie or Susan Silverberg speaking. Bernie? Hi, Bernie, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we're gonna try calling you.
Can,
Okay, Bernie Silverberg, can you hear us and can you try saying something? You are unmuted. If you can hear us, Bernie or Susan Silverberg, we are calling you. It's coming up as an American number, so you can pick it up because it is us. No. Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we've made attempts to contact them. We're not able to connect, so we will go back to the agent.
Right?
Yep.
Let's bring back the agent there, please. What's the agent's name? Let's see.
Excuse me, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, in response to the neighbor to the south at 63 Montrose, I can make the following points. I mean, we are aware of the existing services that have been installed along the zero lot line on the north of her property. Of course, you know, as you correctly pointed out, these are typically not permitted within the bylaw and are encroaching on the subject property. You know, we appreciate that this kind of work happens, you know, over the years, and people do these types of small jobs, you know, without the full understanding of the bylaw, and that things won't comply. But we're, of course, would be keen to work with all our neighbors to make sure that, you know, those elements are addressed. We'd also like to point out that, you know, although we're requesting the zero side yard setback, we have left a little bit of building tolerance in order to accommodate things such as this or unknowns such as this. So we have some flexibility in the design to make sure that we can look at addressing the conduit or vents and helping our neighbors work through those issues. And we also like to assure our neighbors that, you know, that it is in our intent to inspect and rectify any significant deficiencies on the sidewall, including water and damp proofing as necessary to make sure their properties are in state of good repair before we start with construction of the new home. Yeah, and just speaking to the 45 centimeter setback, I mean, it really is only effective if both properties have 45 centimeter setback. You know, that's the intention of the bylaw, is that each property is set back 45 centimeters, giving 90 centimeters of width in order to maintain and service the buildings. You know, speaking from my own experience, because I have this condition at my house, it's 18 inches between a property, between two buildings that's 3 stories tall. It's very difficult to do any type of maintenance work on. You know, can't really work at grade, let alone, you know, get up on a ladder or install scaffolding. It's all very challenging in that case. So I think really, in this case, part of the reason why we're proposing the zero lot line is to eliminate the need for maintenance, because once we, you know, fix the walls and construct the new building on both sides of the property, you know, the walls will be protected and therefore will not require maintenance in the future. And also, you know, as a further benefit, they, you know, the walls are protected, thermally protected as well from like extremes in heat and cold, which can, you know, play with the stability of bricks and masonry, and also improve the thermal characteristics of the wall, thus leading to improved energy efficiencies for both properties. And of course, you know, we would like to work with the neighbors and make sure that, you know, their walls in good condition and any of the services that have been installed on the property line can be dealt with accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you. Any question to the, yeah, we have some questions here. Yeah, Mr. Wyatt.
Just very quickly on the same point about the 0 meters from the lot lines and the concern that the neighbor has. Could you give us any, I take it that you're talking about trying to assist in some way. What does that look like, the assistance that will come along to alleviate the problems for your neighbor as well as yourself? I'm not sure what that would look like, and I think maybe the neighbor would like to know as well what that might look like.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the electrical conduit, I mean, it is encroaching on the property. It's kind of installed in an incorrect manner. Like typically you would run that cable through the wall within the house and not on the exterior of the wall. I mean, there's two options in that case, and we can discuss which one is better. In one case, we do have 2 inches of tolerance on the plan of the building, so we could, leave the conduit where it is. Of course, you wouldn't be able to access it in the future, but it would still perform the function that it's performing now. Alternatively, we can discuss, having the electrical cable rerouted into inside the house and look at how we can help facilitate that.
And this would be assistance to the neighbor, I take it, from your end?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we want to make sure that that this project, as it's constructed, takes care of the neighboring buildings, make sure that they're in a good state of repair, as I said, make sure that they're properly protected before we construct the building, and then carry on to protect the building. So I think our client is committed to those goals for everybody.
Terrific. I suspect that the neighbor might be very pleased to hear that you'll be contacting her and working towards a solution. That's great.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
I sort of wanted to follow up on that. I mean, we totally understand that, of course, the neighbors' vents and such are not, according to normal standards, but the neighbor did buy them as they were. I mean, would you be willing to contribute part of the cost of the neighbor rerouting the vents and the electrical wires?
I mean, I have consulted with my client before, and we discussed that eventuality. And I think, as long as it's within reason, that we can come to an agreement.
Okay.
In that respect.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, no more questions. Okay, we are in committee now. Yeah. Yeah, we can suggest that they work together, but we cannot enforce any private agreement. Yeah. Oh, okay. Any comment or motion? Yeah, motion.
I'll start just, I wanted the first thing to say, the materials provided by the applicant were really helpful, I thought, especially the as of right massing versus what's proposed. I think that goes to show the care that they took in designing this building on this site. I was concerned about the side yard setback, but I'm happy to hear that the owner is willing to work with the neighbor to resolve some of those issues, because I actually do think it's a long-term a better condition having, yes, a butted up wall that's sealed up and basically is sheltered from the elements and is in long-term condition. The only other concern I had about this that I've been kind of going back and forth with is the front yard setback in terms of not splitting the distance and coming right up to the street. And I think even if it did split the difference, I think it would still have the same impact on its attached neighbor. So I think it's a good project and really thoughtfully designed.
Yes. And also, I want to follow up your comment about the zero setback of the wall. We actually, if you look at the grades, it's actually where the alcove is actually lower than the backyard. means that I have the same situation in my house. Then we build an addition and the protecting both walls, both my walls and my neighbor's wall. Now the basement never flood. Because here you can see the grade is going into that little alcove. So I think we'll, maybe for the future, it's actually better for two houses.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with my colleague. Overall, this was actually a very thoughtful and well-presented project. It totally makes sense to move it forward to the same line as the rest of almost all the other houses on the block. And it does, in fact, mean that it doesn't stick out the back as much. I totally sympathize with the neighbor, but the fact is that those are, well, I take the applicant's point that a 0.45 meter setback would be not useful. In fact, it would be problematic because it would bring in weather, but there would be no way of accessing. So if it followed the zoning exactly, it would just create a space that was both inaccessible and vulnerable. So I think that in the long term, if someone built as of right, that would actually not be a good solution for the southern neighbor or for number 69. So I think that the long term really has to be that the neighbor's electrical wiring and venting gets rerouted to something that's more, and I understand that it's going to be difficult and annoying, but I'm pleased that the applicant has agreed that they will work with it and possibly share some of those costs. So overall, I think that this is a good proposal, and we'll approve it.
Any comment? Anyone want to say something?
I'd just say I generally agree, and I think if we're going to approve this, maybe we should ask that the minutes include something reflecting what we discussed today about the applicant's sort of commitment to negotiate in good faith with the neighbor, just so that that is recorded somewhere, even if it's not strictly enforceable in our order.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
We can put it as a comment at the end to say that they will.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can put it in as for the record,
Yeah,
but it's not
exactly.
in the decision, the notice of decision.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So you're willing to have a motion?
Oh, yeah, I'm willing to have a motion. I move that we approve the two variances. So do I need to as amended?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I move that we approve the variances as amended with forestry conditions 1 and 3.
Yes.
And with, for the record, note that we encourage the applicant to work with the neighbor to the south to resolve the issues in terms of the vent and electrical wiring.
Yeah. Okay. A second. Peter, second. Peter, wait. So all in favor with amended applicants and forestry condition? Okay, all in favor. Unanimously approved. It's approved. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, are we moving on to 33? Okay. Okay. We'll go back to the other one. Okay. Yeah, 33 is number 20 Femur Avenue. For this purpose is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, and a front driveway, and a rear basement walkout, and a front second-story balcony, and a front first-story balcony, and a roof deck. The dwelling will contain 2 units, one in the basement and one in the main floors. And they are asking for 5 variances. And on this file, we received surveys, site plan, floor plan, elevation, arborist report from the agent, and comment we received from the staff report from Transportation Services. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and we have 2 people here speaking in opposition. At this time, we will unmute the agent.
Yes, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello, this is good afternoon or evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Gary Lichtblau, the agent and architect for this project. Address Suite 5, 329 St. George Street, Toronto. I wanted to make a few opening comments about about where this project is located. THELMA Avenue is a short dead-end street opening off a thriving main street. It is characterized by a diverse range of residential developments. There are on the same street older single-story cottages, multiple unit apartment buildings. There are older detached houses and newer tall townhouses. The newer developments have responded to the current residential trends in the neighborhood with detached tall townhouses. We are proposing to develop the property in line with recent development trends on the street. The variances we are requesting have precedence on the street and in other instances have been approved. We believe that given the context, they are appropriate and minor. To quickly comment on the variances. Based on the information available to us, the FSI we are proposing does not exceed recent variances requested on the street and approved. Both for building depth and rear yard setback. Both houses adjacent to our property have non-conforming building depths and rear yards. The building depth and rear yard setback we are proposing would simply bring the back wall of our proposed house in line with the rear wall of both adjacent dwellings. With respect to height, we are asking for a variance to allow the height of a stair enclosure only. The rest of the roof is notably below the permitted height. And because we are building a full third floor with a flat, low slope roof, similar to other newer houses on the street, we also require a side main wall height variance. While our proposal is sensitive to recent developments on the street, we believe that it improves on them in terms of its presence on the street. The house is narrower than permitted, and the top two floors are set back an additional 1.4 meters in favor of street-facing balconies. We have met with the neighbors, Sylvie and Miles, at 22 Thelma and shared drawings with them at each design stage. We have tried to modify our designs to address some of their concerns. We have also exchanged email with our neighbors at 18 Thelma to the west, who have not raised any concerns with us to date.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Any speakers?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So we'll hold questions until we hear from all the registered speakers. At this time, I'll call up John Miles Dale.
Hi, thanks, Madam Chair and committee members for seeing us. My name is Miles Dale. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Toronto. My wife Sylvie and I have lived at 22 Thelma, the next door property, for 7 years. Mostly lived midtown. I've come to appreciate the beautiful architecture there. It's a historic part of the city. Well, we understand and appreciate that our city's in a housing crisis and that we need to evolve into a more vertical city. We've been a little disappointed in, some of the choices as it relates to architecture, and we've seen certainly on our street that things have headed in a direction that seems primarily committed to maximizing square footage at all costs, and I think that's what I want to talk about a little bit. Our street is unlike most other streets in the neighborhood. There are large and small houses, semis and detached. There's a couple of apartment buildings. It's a small street, but it's a close-knit community, and a lot of friends and neighbors. Everyone knows each other. The last several houses that have been built on the street have largely been built as these type of giant monolithic boxes that have generally blown through permitted maximums, setbacks, height maximums, each one bigger than the next. And my wife and I have participated in a few committee hearings from over the last little while, and we've noticed that the applicant's rationale for these multiple variances has typically been to say, similar to what the committee approved in previous houses down the street. And from what I understand, precedent is not supposed to really be present in these situations based on new applications basing on what has come before. But what we're left to wonder is just how high, how far back, how deep, how much increased SFI, like how far does it go before you know, we're into the sky, and when do you say enough is enough? And that's kind of our big question. There's no question that the existing shack that's next to us, as you can see from the pictures, we're replacing an eyesore, and my wife and I are happy about that. But, you know, one fact is that 80% of our side windows are located on the west side of the house, abutting 20 Thelma. And this new home, in its current size and proximity to us, will effectively plunge us into darkness on that side of the house. I don't know if that's an issue for you guys, but it is for us. In addition to that, the square footage index is well in excess of the allowable SFI. And then there's this rooftop deck that is also going to cut further light and, you know, potentially impact our privacy even further. Most egregiously, in our opinion, it's true that the back of the house lines up with ours and the other house, but the front of the house is well ahead of ours, and the depth is more than 10 feet in excess of the permitted maximum, which seems really crazy to me. The back of their house being where it is will effectively turn our recently renovated back patio into a fishbowl. You know, we do appreciate the need for a new house, but we just feel like this application is pushing the envelope beyond the permitted maximums in every way, front, back, height, and so, you know, the question is just where that stops. In an effort to be good neighbors, as the architect referred to, we have provisionally agreed to allow the removal of a nice mature mulberry tree that we have in the front, which has a branch that overhangs 20 Thelma. We also spent quite a bit on landscaping over the last 2 years, and we might have to uproot some of those plants based on a lack of sun. And we're not even sure if the trees we replant to replace the mulberry tree will grow due to inadequate sun. My wife and I, as I said, we fully support the city's initiative for affordable housing, but we hardly feel that this multi-million-dollar house best serves that need. The floor plan does show a second unit in the house, but in our opinion, that's likely to be a nanny suite. I don't think the well-heeled owners of this house, whoever they turn out to be, will be looking for a tenant to help with their mortgage. This isn't that kind of a project. It's a single-family home being dressed up as something else and should really have some type of backyard instead of pushing the rear of the house 10 feet beyond the permitted depth. On top of that, adding a non-conforming rooftop deck that will rob more light and privacy, as I said. In short, I think that this second unit, as it is, shouldn't be an excuse to rationalize expansion beyond the permitted maximums in every direction. Like most of our neighbors, as I said, we can't wait for this eyesore to be replaced. Committee members may not know this, but on our street, there's a number of row houses, all of which are condemned, some of which are literally falling down due to a conflict of interest on the part of our city councilor, whose parents lived on the street until recently. We felt a little bit abandoned by the city, having to deal with the safety issues and the aesthetic you know, concerns that are these eyesores. So, you know, given that reality this time around, we're really hoping the city will support us and encourage the builder to build a house that makes sense for the whole neighborhood and not just for the profit of a builder who won't be living there. I was a little surprised to read the staff report and see that it didn't contain anything about these variances, just talked about a curb cut, and I think that that would have been helpful for you guys to consider in making your evaluation. Anyway, thanks again for everything. We would urge you to reject the application and ask the applicant to come back with a little bit of a different plan that doesn't push the envelope.
Okay.
Thank you.
A question to this speaker. Yeah, we have
Just a very quick one. I think I missed your address. Are you at 22?
Yes, we're at 22 Thelma, immediately to the east of number 20. Thank you.
We have another.
Good evening. I'm going to try to read this. My name is Ron Thompson, and I live at 35 Thelma Avenue, where I've lived for the last 18 years with my wife, and have had enjoyed a wonderful period during that time on Thelma Avenue, which is a small street, which is a dead-end street in Forest Hill Village. Unfortunately, you know, we've really become proud members of our community, but recently, with all the development that we've seen of monster homes on an otherwise fairly eclectic street, which is made up of tenement houses, brownstone apartments, and so on, it's become oppressive for property owners like myself, because you're constantly having to deal with developers who are trying to develop things which perhaps aren't that characteristic for the village, and also which take advantage of every opportunity to maximize their density at the distress of the community. So really what I think I'm not suggesting by any means that THELMA be spared from the progress and from supporting the growth and development of Toronto as it responds to the housing shortage. But I am sort of calling this board's attention to the lack of carefully and sensibly proposed city planning to respectfully and cautiously accommodate new development on our street. So really, I think it's got to be development which is in the best interests of the multitude of residents in our community. And in the development plans that I've seen being tabled for number 20 THELMA, it's evident that perhaps there's that the developer is pursuing the maximization of density at all costs, both in terms of both the internal density and the proposed new construction and utilization of virtually every square foot of the exterior of the lot. And this just needs to be rectified. I'm not saying that it needs to be anything other than adjusted. In the proposed plans for the developing number 20 THELMA, what is being proposed is a massive voluminous structure exceeding the envelope of the full extent of land density. And so the big issues are light shadowing, airflow and wind funneling, not to mention the architectural integrity I mentioned a second ago in the surrounding environment. So, what this represents to other residents like me is that above all, the imperative is to maximize development at all cost. And sort of, I think what I've seen in the other massive houses that have gone up is that it really has created a disparity between these types of homes and more modest homes. Sorry?
Oh,
Sorry.
Not to mention, for many years, I've known the owners of number 22, Miles and Sylvie Dale, who are upstanding neighbors and members of the THELMA community, prominent citizens of Toronto, and have the right to enjoy an unencumbered enjoyment of their property and privacy of a detached home affords them. So I really think that they're taking the brunt of an otherwise, this should be a fairly a happy process in terms of developing good development for the city and for our community, but unfortunately they're going to be, as Miles mentioned, plunged into darkness and encroached with this enormous monolithic structure around them. That's the main point that I wanted to get to. It would seem that in pursuing its current development plan, this one particular family is being unduly damaged. And I think that's the issue. This development could be, I think, reimagined to be more in keeping with the street, more in keeping with the other homes that actually have more sensible development and setbacks. And I think they can maximize the livable area in the house. My home, for example, at number 35, is a large 3-story home, but it was built some time ago, 18, 19 years ago, when it actually had more space both in the front yard and the backyard to allow for circulation, to allow for green space, for trees. There's none of that being contemplated by this plan. So, what are we trying to create here? And that's my point. And so I'm hoping that this board will consider this carefully in making your decision as what to do. But I think it's something that I believe should be rejected at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No, it don't seem we have a question for you. So do we have more? Yeah, okay. We don't have any more speakers. Can we call back the agent, please? Yeah. Okay. You'll have 5 minutes to respond to all the concerns raised. Yeah. Do we still have him? Yeah, okay.
Hi, Gary, can you hear us?
He was. You can call him or? Oh, he's back, yeah.
Hi, Gary, can you hear us? You can't hear us? No?
Hi, Gary, can you hear us?
Let's try bumping him back up again.
There's no more water. I like, there's some more water? Oh, I checked, there's no more water. Yeah.
We have to connect audio. We've lost connection.
Yeah, I'm actually quite thirsty.
Mute the room? Yeah, so we can unmute the room. Hi, Gary, can you hear us?
Well, I can't call him. Not letting me in. It says there's an issue, and he's not even showing any.
So he can't call it. He's got to try and reconnect.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's in a panel.
Are you able to?
What are we getting feedback?
Hi, Gary, can you hear us? We see that you're registered as a panelist.
We ask him to turn the video.
Yeah, we can see his face. No.
I don't know.
Can we unmute another agent just to see if maybe the issue is on his end? Let's go down to Sia Sanjani.
See his left.
Hi, Gary, can you hear us? We see you.
Did you unmute Sia?
Yeah, I think my WebEx is acting.
The problem is when we try and call, it disconnects. So it's probably an issue with WebEx.
But I mean just from like a phone.
Yeah, no, because then the people on WebEx won't be able to hear.
But then they play it into the microphone like this. We did that in North York a few weeks ago. It was really sketchy, but it worked.
Yeah, that's a bit sketchy.
Yeah.
Oh, this, oh, they hold it, I like that, I like that, yeah.
As well, the WebEx?
Maybe we can take 2 minutes break. I want to get some water. Get dehydrated.
Hi, Gary, it's Sabrina calling from Committee of Adjustment. So we're just having some issues with that WebEx right now. There is the option that I can put you on speakerphone and then hold it up to my microphone, and then you can speak so that everyone can hear you, just so that we can finish this item. Are you okay with that? Okay, hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thanks. I would like to respond to the comments made. You're still hearing me?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to the comment about the FSI, the floor space index. It was not our intention to build a quote-unquote a monster home. In fact, compared to recent developments on the street, our home is actually smaller. It's the thing that drove our site planning and the size of the home was the back walls of the adjacent homes. We started at that point, and we came up to the front yard setback, which is where it is because it's mediating between the the front yard, minimal front yard setback at 18 Thelma and the further setback house at 22. So we are in between those two things, exactly where the zoning bylaw says that we should be. Then we carved away at the middle of the house so that we could provide light into the house, which I think is a device that is used in many of the houses on Thelma. And actually, we were reducing our floor space index to provide this way of bringing light into the house of a very long house, thin house. We further set back on the upper floors of the house 1,400 millimeters, about just under 5 feet, to provide balconies to the front of the house, which was a further reduction of the GFA, or the floor space index. So we were not in any way trying to break any records on FSI. If you could show the photographs in the extra material of the rear, of the side elevation, it's the east elevation. Yes, the next one, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the first one in that. Yes. This shows the east elevation facing 22 Thelma. And our height variance is indicated in rows. And that is a very limited projection at the back of the house where the stairway reaches the roof. The blue areas, however, show areas that we could have built in, but we actually set the house back from that as of right edge. So the chances that someone else or any development could, as of right, build to those lines, that's the front yard setback and to the height of the building, the roof height of the building. The majority of the roof height is below the required maximum. It's only at that one spot that we require a variance, so that that one spot is roughly 2.5 meters in area compared to 25 meters in area, 25 square meters in area of setback on the east wall. This was a way of increasing the exposure of sunlight from the west to the house at 22. So there's no question that the house at 22 has an issue with, is concerned about their sunlight exposure. They have no problem from the south, but there is an existing apartment building on the east. The north side of the building is virtually always in shade, and the west side of the building is affected by our proposed wall. And we have tried in several ways to, as I've just described, to reduce the impact of that wall. But even with that wall in place, or even if that wall was not there, they would still be dealing with shadowing cast by 18 Thelma, which is significant. And if you show one of the, again, the photograph in the additional documents package, yes, that one. There you can see on the left 18 Thelma and the effect that it has when on 22 Thelma when the sun is in the west. Our house would be, our proposed house is where the shack is now, and it would be set back significantly, and the upper floors would be set back. But even then, there would be a limited impact on sunlight exposure from the west. Now, in terms of, we were also worried about. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but can you give us your summation, because you used up your 5 minutes already?
Yes, oh, yes, sure. I just had one last point to make, and that was in regards to privacy and overlook. The roof garden is basically shielded from, or it's not possible for a person using the roof deck to look out over the building, because the green roofs, the stair enclosure, and the planter guard on the east side of the roof prevent overlook from the east side of the roof.
Thank you. Yes.
And that is basically, and there are no openings on the east wall.
Yes.
Because we take our light from the west side. Yes. So that again makes it impossible to look out over the west side. We have offered to consult with the neighbors on cladding choices to further mitigate the impact of our proposed eastern wall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank
Yes.
you.
Yes. Okay, any question to, yes, we have a question for you.
Can you hear the questions? Yeah. So just a couple of really just clarification questions. Am I correct that the where you're planning to put the front yard, the front wall is actually further back than where the current shack is? The front wall of the current shack?
Are you correct that, sorry,
Sorry, am I correct in reading the plans that the front wall of the building that you're proposing is actually further back from the street than the front wall of the current house that's there?
yes, it's significantly farther back.
Okay.
And that's where the front yard setback is, and then we're additionally set
No,
back
that's
on
fine.
the
That's all.
upper two stories.
That's all I wanted to know. And then the second one is just from that supplemental image you gave. Am I correct that even with the rooftop garden, you're still within the allowable zoning for height, except for that one little bit at the top of the staircase?
Yes, exactly.
So even most of the rooftop garden is actually still within the allowable height according to zoning. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, any more questions? Yes, we have more questions. Mr. Byett, go ahead. Yeah.
Just one quick one. You've got because you're going to have an integral garage, the driveway leading to your garage, would that be of permeable materials?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, we have not yet specified paving materials, but we would certainly not be opposed to using permeable paving materials.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions for you. Now we move it into committee for the decision, okay? Let us stay on. So, okay, actually, when I just Google the street, this little is almost like a shed compared to what is being built around them. That's my impression. Because the apartment right there, there are two apartments. Actually, one is across this, the property, the other one is right next to it. What do you think? Yes.
Maybe I'll start the conversation.
Yeah.
You know, I take to heart the comments that the neighbor at 22 made. The house at 18 looks monolithic. It's something out of the movie 2001, Space Odyssey. But part of the challenge is that this, I imagine that this is part of the challenge in the city of Toronto, especially in areas such as this where the property value is extremely high. The properties aren't exactly large, and then so whoever purchases these will attempt to maximize the structure to whatever degree they can within as of right. So that's part of the dilemma, I think, that we see in the city, especially with an example of number 18. And then this new proposal, number 20, I think, for example, the height issue is, as the applicant has pointed out, it's only a very small portion, and it's really at the top of the stairwell, and that exceeds. Beyond that, it's set back, as Mr. Reid here has found out, that it's set back a little further back than the other properties. So I think it has merit, but I'd also like to hear from my colleagues to see what your thoughts might be. But I think it has merit.
Yes, yeah, Mr. Reid.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, it's a pretty small and narrow lot. And I'm impressed that they've managed to put something in without any side yard setbacks. And you know, given that, it's kind of inevitable that it might be a little bit longer than expected, but it's not really that much longer. And the floor space index is really only very slightly above the allowable limit. And it's actually pushed the current structure a little bit further back from the street. So I think that the that first variance for front yard setback, you know, it's actually an improvement, or sorry, it was the, oh yeah, well, anyway, it's an improvement. Yeah, I mean, inevitably, you know, someone's going to try to maximize the space. As my colleague said, it's very valuable land. But I feel like they've made an effort to try to fit it in as well as possible, and certainly better than their neighbor at 18. So, you know, I think that, and yeah, the height is mostly as of right. That's not really having any. Someone built something as of right, the impact wouldn't be really significantly different. So I think this is supportable too.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or motion?
I echo both my colleagues' comments. I think that there is some restraint here, even though the neighbors are going to encounter a different reality. I think Dylan captured it well. Is that an as of right building in the same spot would have, I think, the same impact. So I'm going to move approval of the application subject to permeable pavers in the driveway.
Yeah.
And transportation condition, and also I'd tie it to the side elevations, or let's say all elevations, just in relation to the height, so that captures the height portion.
Yes. So transportation have one condition. So you got that? All right. So with all the two conditions and three conditions with the drawings. So anyone want to second that?
I'll second that, Chair.
Mr. Byers second. All in favor with conditions? All approve unanimously? It's approved. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. It's,
Sorry, we can't, we've heard your comments, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We can go back to item number 28.
yeah, number 28, can we bring back the agent? He's supposed to give us a percentage and a figure and.
Sorry, 27.
This is 27?
Item 27, 1080 Greenwood Avenue. We can
Yes.
bring the agent back. They were supposed to provide us with their landscaping. Is it not working?
Hopefully it is. Jason, can you please try to speak? You've been unmuted.
Oh, no.
Okay, let's take a 5-10 minute break and
Okay.
let's see if we can fix this. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have some.
just to see. Oh, did he? Okay. Okay. Hi, Sia Sanjani. Do you hear us, and can we just do a sound check? So we're muted then? Yeah, I know. Which means then they won't hear us on YouTube.
Are you sure? No, you can hear us on YouTube, you just can't hear us on WebEx.
No one using WebEx.
Can we do it? Can we do a test, please? Let's do a test on YouTube right now. Can we do that? So we're working? Okay. Okay. Jason, you're on the line?
Hello there, yes.
Okay. So you just had to provide us with the measurement for the soft landscaping in the front yard.
Yeah, so the the front yard landscaping is 92.97 meters squared. And the driveway is 34.4 meters squared, leaving 58.57 meters squared of the landscape, which is 63% of the front yard. Of that landscape, the area is 44.7 meters is soft landscape, and then which is 76% of that landscape area. And then I don't know if it's relevant or can be relevant in this. I did have a conversation with Alexa Legg from the City of Toronto. There was some confusion on the prints where there's the concrete area at the base of the current steps, and then right to the south of it, there's another area that is stone. That's a permeable area. That's flagstone that has been put down. It's not a hard surface like asphalt. That is right directly in front of the garage leading to the street. So that is all softscape. And then the concrete area at the base of the current steps is it's 2 meters squared, which will add another 4.5% to the front softscape, because that's going to be removed. And then she, in her email back to me, upon looking at site photos, we can see that the existing stone patio is permittable, and with the removal of concrete pad, we do not see any further reasonable improvement to the soft landscape. We will recommend approval of the application.
Okay, tell us, the 49%, which is the 27.5 square meter, what is it changed to? Just tell us the final percentage and area.
Say that again.
That was a little...
Yeah. Can you just give us a new percentage and area, please?
The new percentage of the area?
Yeah, the final one, the one that you're going to propose. Adding all the extra, yeah.
Well, the front yard, it'll be another 4.5% of softscape area, so then it'd be 80.05%.
No, it's 40. At the moment, it's 49%. You're adding 4.5%, is it? That's what you just said. So it should be 53.5%, isn't it not?
Well, what I have from the architect is that the landscape is 76% of the landscape area is the softscape.
So if that's the case, you do not need variance number 3 because it's exceeding the 75.
Yeah, sorry, through the audio system, it's hard to understand what that question was.
Oh, the question is, we are waiting for you to tell us variance number 3. You're going to increase the percentage, right, from 49%. So we're just waiting for that figure. You still haven't given us that figure yet. are you increasing the soft landscaping from 49 to something? What is that something?
Well, the current softscape isn't changing except for the concrete area being removed, and with that concrete area is 2 meters squared, which I calculated from the 44.7 meters is another 4.5%.
So does that mean that the 49% it stays? It doesn't change? It's already including the paved area? Do you understand the question? Sorry. The question is that you're proposing to increase the soft landscaping, right? At the moment, you're proposing 49%, which is 27.5 square meter. You said that you will increase it. We just want to know the final proposed area and percentage.
The final proposed area?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to get my architect to actually draw out that area because I don't have the means to get that dimension to you at this time.
We understand that we gave you all the time. It's just to get that. Yeah. Are you sure that you're going to be able to come back to us before we finish tonight?
Can I propose that we just do the current one?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
anything
I
else
think
is
so.
bonus?
Yeah.
Okay, we have to move on. Yeah, if you can get it to us, let us know. Yeah,
Can I propose that we just pass it as is?
Yeah, I think at this time, it appears that there's not going to be a change to the front yard landscaping.
And if there is, it's just a bonus.
Yeah,
Okay.
if they're able to provide more than 49%, then yeah.
If you're happy with.
Okay.
I think it's okay, and I think it's the current situation.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so the committee is going to move into motion to make a decision, okay?
Got the terrible headache.
Turn on your mic.
If we're in committee chair, I'd like to move a motion to approve the application as is.
Okay.
And,
we are in committee. Okay, we have a motion to approve as is written. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Mr. Bayat, I have a motion, and Mr. Dillon.
and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we talked about the driveway being produced out of permeable materials.
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be the only condition.
Yeah, the condition is that the proposed driveway will be constructed with permeable material. Is that right? Or
I'm not sure if that was this one. I don't know.
I don't know whether it's this one too.
I think was this the one where they'd already built it?
No, that was a different one.
I think
Still losing track at this point.
But I think this wasn't an exit.
I think it's an existing one. They only try to say remove some of the papers to increase the soft landscaping. So I don't think there's a condition. So the motion is to approve these 3 variances.
Yeah, I second that.
And then, Dylan Reed second, and all in favor? Unanimous approve. It's approved.
Okay, the application has been approved. Okay, with the landscape area at 49%. And then if you can include that, then that's better than not, okay?
Okay. I think we are going back to number 34, right? Yeah, number 34, 1,600 Woodbine Heights Boulevard. This is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage and a covered front porch with stairs and a rear first floor covered deck and a rear basement walkout with stairs. The existing 1-story detached dwelling will be demolished, and they are seeking for five variances. And also we receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan elevation, and arborist report, and staff report from urban forestry, and we have have 6 form of support, 6 form letters of support. And yes.
Okay, we're gonna call the applicant. Hi, Sia, it's Sabrina calling from Committee of Adjustment. So I'm gonna put you on speakerphone and then you'll be able to hear the committee, okay? Absolutely. Okay, Sia, you can introduce yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sia Zanjani, and I'm the architect and the agent for this application, and my address is 15 Allstate Parkway, Markham.
Since you do not have any opposition, oh, yeah, you have support. You don't have any opposition. I see whether anyone wants to have a presentation. Yeah, no one wants a presentation. Do you have any questions? Oh, we have a question for you. Mr. Go ahead.
Just a very quick one. I'm just looking at your drawing A0. You've got a driveway area and walkway. Am I correct in interpreting this as being a permeable materials?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm having a very tough time hearing the committee members.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Just vaguely. I can hear you, just can't really work out the words.
I'll try and swallow the mic and hopefully you'll hear me.
You know what, I can try. It's not
drawing A0. Hi, I'm on your phone. I'm on the phone now.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. Driveway, it's drawing A0. There's a driveway area and a walkway area identified. Are those going to be produced out of permeable materials?
They can be. We have no objections to
Wonderful. I'll add this as a condition then. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass you back.
There is no minor variance related to landscape, is there?
No. But it just adds with permeability, and in the long term, it will be a good thing. Thank you.
That's cool, eh? Yeah. Now it's called technology. This is so. All right. So, any more questions? Okay. We don't have any more questions for you. So we are in committee now. Let's have a discussion. So I think that permeable material on the driveway is good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is.
So
yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think the variances requested are all reasonable. There's nothing outrageous in any of these, and I think with just that one condition, and that of course we've got a forestry 2 condition as well.
Yes.
But just the added condition that the walkway and driveway that's identified on drawing A0 be produced out of permeable materials.
Yeah,
and that would be it.
Second, Peter Wee second. Yeah, all in favor with the 2 conditions. Yeah, unanimously approved. It's approved. Yeah. Okay, I think assigned to. Yeah. So we have item.
Last item.
Yeah, last item. 41 MUIR Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a rear 2nd-story deck above the new rear ground floor deck. The existing rear deck with stairs will be demolished. The existing auxiliary building with a detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway will be maintained and unaltered. They're asking for 2 variances. And we also receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, and 6 photographs of the property. And we have received comment from community planning.
Can they hear us, or we gotta? Okay. Shahani Naunavati, can you hear us? Okay, we're going to call you into the meeting. Just give us a second.
We have someone, we see his face, yeah. The image.
Hello? Hi? Hi. Yeah, okay, I'm going to put you on speakerphone and then you'll be able to speak to the members, okay? Okay. Okay, you can introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Shahid Danavati, and I represent this proposal of 41 MUIR. My address is 1304 Woodbine, Toronto.
Since you do not have any you do not have any opposition, I want to check whether anyone wants to have a presentation. Okay, no one needs a presentation. We might go into questions. We do not have any.
We don't have any questions for you, so we will
Maybe
just
maybe
go
we
on.
should ask what he thinks of the planning staff recommended condition, if he's
Yes.
okay with that.
There's a planning.
Okay, the question is, have you reviewed the community planning condition, and do you have any concerns with that?
No issues. I have that screen over there. No issues at all.
Yeah, so, yeah, you're okay with that, right? Yeah. Okay. So we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Peter, yes, Peter, we.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move approval of this. These are centimeters variances that are continuing the existing side yard setback condition. And so with that community planning condition of the screening, I think this is eminently supportable. I move approval with one condition.
Mr. Reed, a second. Dylan, we second. All in favor with the planning condition. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Yeah, we did it. And the meeting is adjourned 7:48.
Thank you. You can shut everything down.